Hi there, everyone. So we are live.
Finally, we are live.
Yeah.
So, what we have a plate in today, Isha?
So we have Sharon with us. Sharon is our first guest speaker. So I thought before we take on the session, we should take him live. And Sharon is
So, I'm program manager and solution architect at Soft2, and my main expertise are in the cloud and software delivery. So, cloud is right now my biggest darling. I'm more of a concern with the cloud business.
yeah. We are really sorry. We just cut out there for a second. Okay. So Sharon, can you repeat? Thank you.
So, what I was telling that here on the Soft2, I'm working as a program manager and solution architect. From the couple of years, I'm in industry in more of software delivery roles and designing solutions. So from recent years, I found my love into the cloud and then explored different clouds, the top tier clouds right now in the market. What actually made me to fall in love with the cloud was the value right now cloud is adding to the business. Historically, it was always thought that cloud is for right. So historically, what I always people had a view in that the cloud is for the big god, right?
Yeah.
And usually people were not very much interested. Thought about it that it is going to be expensive. It requires some specialized skill set. But recently, when I explored, I found it that it is actually suitable for every organization.
Okay.
Every organization, every person who wanted to step into the future, cloud is the path.
Be it a tech organization or
Yeah,
non-tech.
whether it is the interesting question is that all this circle is here to facilitate the businesses.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So the first thing is that it's for the business, right? The technical part is comes after that stuff,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So what interestingly I found is that the decision makers now need to know that what cloud is. Now the cloud is not the something only related to the technical thing, right? It's from much more from the IT
All right. Sorry about that. I think we are cutting a little bit on the live stream.
So what we were talking about is that the first thing the decision maker realized that it's a huge value, huge area which needs to be tapped. That is the first thing. That is the first thing we need to realize about the cloud.
How do you think non-tech or let's suppose very you can say a traditional business can actually tap into the power of the cloud and how they can actually use the power of the cloud to optimize their business processes and make sure that their productivity is more. I'm talking with respect to a very traditional non-tech business.
Yeah. So the first thing about the cloud is that what we're talking is the business value right now.
Okay.
So the first thing we need to realize is that what is important for any organization, right? So let's talk about the now technical stuff. So overall, think about the cloud or just the organization. See, we wanted to have optimized solutions. We wanted to have wanted to have something that keeps our business going, right? So now, in which age we are, we cannot imagine that any organization of any scale is going without some IT support.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
unimaginable, right? So what that means is that even if you're running the factory industry business, you're in the banking sector, you're in the teaching sector, you are using the infrastructure to deliver your business. It is has either it is in the sport or other. That's unimaginable, right? So when it comes to that, there is the first thing comes for the business is what I'm going to have the cost of it, right? So the cost is something what I think is a little bit misunderstood, right? But the cost is not something which is you are paying in terms of buying something, right? See, if you buy a car today, if it costs you 30 lakh, but if it costs you a fuel of 2,000 rupees per month, and rather if you buy a car which costs you 5 lakhs, and it gives you overall billing in terms of fuel 5,000, and you go round trips to the workshop and you spend 20, 30,000, that means that the overall, the cost you think you have saved is not actually saved, right? So it is bringing you embarrassment. It is something where you wanted to go, it's causing you delay, it's causing you time and cost. So there are a couple of cost heads. Let's be specific about that. But there are a couple of cost heads involved, right? And same goes when we tap into the industry operations, right? So the first of all thing is that what do you think that are you utilizing your manpower efficiently?
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Now, if someone is working 13 hours, and if that thing is doable in 2 hours, so that means you're actually
Saving not just
saving-
only on the effort, but also
Yeah.
financially.
That means that you have more time. If the person is redundant, you can cut the job, and that's what the many companies have did in the past. Once has begun its path into the industries in this late 2000, that was the effect of that. Many people were being laid off because they were not needed. Technology to fill the gap. Secondly, what is the efficiency of the operation which you are performing, right? Now, if we think about it, if I say today someone that I can guarantee you that your operation would be like a Google, you would say, "Are you mad?" Right? But I'm not mad because that we have now the infrastructure and organizational setup. This Google is already have it, and
they are
now
providing you.
they are providing you that you use a top of it.
Yeah.
Right? So you exactly can have the same quality of operation. Now let's have a bit more digging into. Well, when we say about the overall potential for the business, so let's divide it into two. First of all, what are the career choices right now? How an industry or how an organization can transform into a cloud and agile.
Yeah, this was my second
Yeah.
question. That let's suppose if we have a very traditional business,
Yeah,
what
exactly,
kind of
exactly.
things should they be looking into so that they can actually tap into the power of the cloud and use it for their different business processes to make sure that all of the advantages that you highlighted, let's suppose it be the optimization of time or optimization of the finances, optimization of the efforts of the skilled manpower that you have to make sure that all of these things are sort of you leverage on the power of the cloud to make sure that your business processes are optimizing all of these efforts, manpower, and finances to make sure that your organization reaches its peak efficiency. Basically. So, what are the steps that, let's suppose, what are some of the things that you need to look into first into your organization? That are you cloud ready, or should you shift to the cloud? Or not?
Very good question, Prashant. That is something which I always got questioned.
Yeah,
So, first of all, there are a couple of things you just questioned. The first thing is migration to the cloud.
yeah.
Then, what would be the value what you're going to have? Then there is what kind of investment you need to actually to proceed.
Yeah. First, I would like you to highlight one more thing that even before that is, are you ready? Are you ready for the cloud?
So that is called cloud readiness. in the world of cloud.
Yeah.
And that is the subject which is being addressed very widely, very in the depth by all cloud vendors.
Okay.
Right? Because there are a couple of things when we talk about the organization readiness, and it is all actually come under the banner of migration.
Okay.
Right? So how you actually make your transition towards it. The first thing is that when we say that it is a very well sorted subject, that means that you have whole consultancies available which will only help you to transit your process from one step to another.
Okay.
So in the terms of that, we have actually various practices. First, we would go and take the data from the organization to check it what is the critical. Right. Then the second step is to actually do a costing that what resources are required to bring the organization into the cloud.
Okay. And do you think an organization can do this thing all on its own? Like, can the initiative
Yeah,
be
it
taken
can,
within the
it can
organization,
be,
or
it can be done.
do they need external resources?
One thing is that people think, which is the one of the factors that hinders to opt for the cloud, is that they think that everything of their, every bit of them is going to be depreciated. But that has to be done. No, the thing is that all the cloud strategies are made on the things which are within the industry from last 10 to 15 years. Right?
Right.
So if you're already doing a good operational sense, there is always chances that you need less effort to bring yourself, and there's some more of mindset change
Okay.
to
Okay.
go to the club. The first thing is that you need to acknowledge that from everyday things are changing.
Hmm.
And when there's a change, there is actually directly linked with your productivity and what you can offer to the market.
Okay.
For example, that if you're building something and that requires 2 to 3 months, right? And someone is offering in the lesser price the same thing with a 1 month of cost, definitely then you need to change it. You need to rethink about it. That's
Yeah,
why the technology is so much rapidly evolving over the period of time that if you just look up 1.5 years ago, things which were very hot now it seems to be old.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we talk about the cloud, it has very wide spectrum of services available. First of all, you need to think about what part of your organization needs to go to the cloud. So if you are, let's suppose if you're from a banking sector and you're running your own data center, so
Yeah.
that is called an IT operation. Right? So that is something that you need to think that by putting all your efforts into security and other stuff, would it be good that if you would all shift the data center to
The
the
cloud.
cloud?
Basically, managing your efforts rather than making sure that the physical assets are secure to optimize your operation.
Right? So the whole point of the cloud is first for any organization is that what is the core business?
Yeah.
Right? So the banking core business is not actually to manage the IT infrastructure.
Yeah.
Rather, it is its core business is more the financial, and they wanted to have some infrastructure which supports the banking operations.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you put a lot of effort at even managing and then coping with the change, either what you will end up with the legacy systems, which are not appropriate. We see
Somebody
lot
running
of
Windows 95 PC.
no, it's not just the Windows 95. The way things are changing.
Yeah.
The way things are changing, and especially if you come to the security development, the way the threats have been encountered over a period of time, and
Yeah,
you have instance
exactly.
of data leaks. That is something that you need to have an organization within an organization which is always keeping to go with threats, right? And that definitely needs huge amount of money in the business way, right? Then there's a manpower, other stuff. So when we talk about the cloud, things become much easier because there you're actually abstracted away for managing your physical stuff. Do you know that by the good configurations, you can have actually 24/7 your infrastructure going on, right? Then another stuff is because they are concerned more of the security. That is their core business, right? They are more concerned about the high availability of the operation. And what does for the people who think that from business perspective, that what is high availability? Let's see. We have always encountered in the banking center that when we go, they say answer system down. Why the system is down? The system is in the maintenance mode.
Yeah, yeah.
Now that chunk, when the system is down, that means that thousands of transactions are rolled, right? When the thousands of transactions roll, that has a direct economic impact on the industry, on the banking sector.
Yeah, we even in the digital financial sectors, we have to make sure that the transfers per second TPS value is quite high, and you are able to manage that kind of a load. Yeah,
Yeah. So when we call high availability, the second part exactly which we pointed out is the compliances.
Yeah.
The SLAs, the service level agreements, which that you have provided to your clients. Now, I will talk about more because the country we are right now has this is that we actually struggle in many ways because we fail to actually provide that service. When someone asks, can you guarantee me that this application or my system is going to have in milliseconds? You have no clue.
yeah, yeah.
So there's another debate on it. In fact, we have a whole session for that how we manage it. But the point is that it's not just the lighting stuff which makes the operation goes on, right? So when we talk in the cloud economics, one is the your total cost of ownership. That total cost of ownership, what services you're buying, right? Now people usually think about when it comes to services that this is something like a server.
Yeah.
In fact, that is a server, but things have grown much from the server, right?
Yeah.
Now we have something which we call infrastructure as service. That is exactly when you have a server. Then second step is where you have a platform as service. Now, the platform as service, what gives it? It manages most of the things.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk about the infrastructure as service, that means that you are actually managing the whole IT operation.
Yeah, just like they say about the cloud, it's somebody else's computer.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
you are
the
responsible,
infrastructure as well.
you're responsible for patching, you're responsible.
Yeah,
So for a person, I mean, for an organization whose core business is not actually maintaining, or if they don't have specialized needs, they should not go to the right. That's typically the way the infrastructure is right now.
yeah. Until unless you have a very huge tech organization that needs
Even that's not required. That is something if you see that the whole platform is unable to provide you, or you have a very specific special needs. Uh, Usually you don't have those things. Right?
Okay.
So next thing is the platform as service. The platform as service is that where all the underlying stuff is managed, and you are more of interacting with your.
Yeah.
Now the third thing is much more interesting. That is software service. So when we come to software service, that is actually the huge new world, right? You can have AI services integrated with it. You're gonna have different technologies for building applications there,
Okay.
right? So there are so many things which you could do. Almost 170 service, all the clouds are providing just on that.
Okay.
So the first thing is that you need to come up out of the simple thing that the cloud is offering you, which is compute and other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
So basically,
yeah.
you are limited by your imagination of what you want with your organization, or what kind of a service you want for your organization, and how you want it
Exactly.
to be.
So just let me dig in that stuff. Then I say, modeling here, when we come up to the software service, they come up as pay as you go, right? Now the pay as you go model is that you only pay what you use.
Yeah.
And when we say pay as you, someone might argue that the rest of the servers are also pay as you, but you are actually keeping them 24 hours up.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that actually significantly costs you. Now,
Yeah.
the cost is again the thing which is operating. The more hours it's operating, it's more susceptible to failures.
Yeah.
It's more susceptible to the security issues. It's more susceptible to other stuff. But when we say that managed services, they provide you that only they've been executed when you require them, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
Now, just think about it. That
You
if
don't need to pay.
you don't need to pay, you don't need to manage. Now, just let's think that you are in the banking sector. You don't need to worry about it that tomorrow 3 of my servers are going to fail. Either they are physical, which we call on-premises, or they are on the cloud. Then, if you are taking things for 24 hours on, that means you need to monitor them.
Yeah.
Now, on when we go to the software and services which the cloud is offering, you're immune to that.
Yeah.
Now you have the same kind of operational excellence that what the cloud itself is having.
That's, I think, one of the most important factors that cloud provides. I think the SME sectors and even the large organization should focus on is the pay-as-you-go model.
Yeah, there's a couple of things.
Yeah.
When we say that pay as you go,
Managed services.
yeah, then the people would end actually realistic questions that are we ready in the terms of skills?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the now acquiring those skills or managing your or stepping in the cloud requires some sort of money,
Yeah.
right? So they become afraid of it that okay if we wanted to opt, what's the way forward? How much we are going to have that kind of step in money?
I think that relates to your example of the car, that rather than spending 2 lakh, you have
Yeah,
to spend 10
and
lakh.
one
But
factor is that, and the another factor is that there is a couple of financing programs available for all of us. Right? That is something exactly meant for you that you probably, when you start up here, there will always be operational needs. There are skill gaps that will blend us.
yeah,
So cloud providers are actually paying for you that you get out of those blenders,
Yeah.
and someone is going to pay for you. And that is a very, very important factor to it.
plus at the same time, I think one of the most important factors that cloud will be providing is the scalability. You don't need to start from a very huge thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the scalability part is again is that how much resources you want
Yeah.
to have it.
Or you can just even start a very small pilot and then scale it.
Definitely, definitely. So we were having a discussion right now on that. But if we go into the another pipeline of the discussion is that what kind of possibilities it offers.
Yeah, yeah.
So one of the possibilities that even for POC or even of the projects that we want to have to know that either it's going to have that impact or not, or either it's going to something which is going to be successful, or if it's going to fail, that what are the implications and what implications are needed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that is we call in clouds that fill fast.
Okay.
Right? Or fill forward. So that actually is that you invest little amount of money and check all that stuff.
I think this is one of the most, you can say, uh, डर लगने वाली term that people would be afraid of, especially the management, that you're saying that you should fail.
No, this is actually apparently it sounds like some scary term.
Yeah.
But what if you invest so much money on it?
Yeah.
And it fails up by that. And that failures are always. So this is actually provides you unlimited mitigation.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the most important factors of the cloud. That even for even if you have got a huge system running on, and then you want to test a small module, that you can do it in a very small corner, and learn from its failure as soon as they happen, and then scale up.
Definitely. It's just like that physically you are putting sensors around something and gauging the data what is provided.
Yeah.
Right. So, the example I want to give you this is that if you wanted to have a product for the market, right, and you wanted to check that what was going to happen when 30,000 hits are going to put that.
Okay.
Now, if we go into the traditional stuff, let's suppose that you say that I'm going to opt for a hosting service. Means you have to pay at least 6 months for that much.
Yeah, exactly. And at that time, you might be just only getting 10 to 20 hits, and then you're paying for the 30,000.
Right. Whether it's that you say that we would go for our own infrastructure.
Yeah.
Now, infrastructure investments, which is called CapEx, capital expenses, is a huge expense. Huge people are doing that. If you come to me and say that I wanted to simulate this, just give me the cost of 30 minutes. I can provide you exactly the cost, and you can go happily by paying only for that 30 or
minutes. Or
and you got your results.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So getting stuff into the market and then getting the negative feedback, negative, and that is tell you that this is a very, very common scenario. In my own career, I have encountered it a couple of times. When people were going into the business, they launched the product, and then when it was in the usage, it all goes down. And they were clueless what's happening. Now,
That's what we got a lot of messages from the telcos and everybody
Exactly.
that our infrastructure will be down for
exactly. Now,
24
now, just tell me, just let me tell you one of the examples.
And that's a business loss.
Yeah, just tell you from our own sector. Almost 1.5 years back of the Black Friday, Dynamic sent a message that 40% is off. After next 1 to 2 hours, the site was down. Right? But this is one of the stories right now available on the cloud that how Italian actually switched to the cloud. Now, what was that their regular pattern, yearly pattern was that they weren't expecting that much of
customer
traffic
input, yeah.
But when they actually asked for that, we are actually providing 40% discount, and people just came
That's
up.
good. Yeah.
The whole operation was stopped. It remained stopped for a couple of hours. I don't know how they managed it. Yeah, okay.
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah, I hope that everything is okay. However, anyways, we are still safe. So that's not a problem. We can continue. We are immune to such kind of a disaster at least. So another example from the e-commerce was Graz. Graz encountered very similar kind of issue.
Yeah, their servers almost go down
Yeah,
every
down
time
they
have
then they decided to move towards the cloud. And the point was why there are such big businesses were elected. The problem again boils down to that they were only considering the total cost of ownership.
Yeah.
Now that's the problem which comes into the decision.
I also came to know that Hardy actually has got a cloud team in the backend because they run similar sales and they encountered similar stuff, but now they have moved to cloud and they want to make sure that whenever they announce sale, it's actually lucrative rather than everything going.
That is comes into the business agility.
Yeah.
And then that's not a technical point. That is business.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't have that kind of vision, and secondly, this comes with the operational resilience. Now, how much important your uptime is, that is directly something has to do with your financial value.
Yeah.
Now, when you're doing the costing for moving your current setup to the cloud, you need to reconsider your calculations. Now, you need to first consider from the business point of view that how much I'm going to lose if I'm not available for next 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. How much transactions, how many customers,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
how many sales am I
Right?
using?
I'll share another example with you. Then you need to know that for that particular day, how much manpower you are actually employing. That manpower is actually salaried, right? So when I say that you need to have a culture of the cloud, that means now you are involving your HR operations. You are actually providing your, including your financing, your business team, your sales team. That is what the cloud says, that you have to be a very conscious about your calculations. You need to actually to bring your people of the sales, the business people on that. And then they will say that this is our expectation.
Yeah.
Right? We are expecting from our marketing efforts, from our sales efforts, that we are going to have this amount of customers coming to us. Now the next part is that the technical persons will say, okay, you have this node, we can manage from that.
Yeah. So my question again, any organization that already has got a e-commerce setup, do they need to have in-house team or would they outsource their own? What's the better strategy?
Well, this is a very good question because certainly when we say that we
The
are
good management will always be concerned about the figures.
the first thing is there will be always internal systems because the people who are managing IT, they think that
Yeah.
they are losing the jobs.
Yeah.
But in the reality, things are a little bit different. The first thing is that for transitions, There are very good around the globe consultancies available on the cloud which will going to do this for you, right? In this systematic way. You can actually plan that your migration is going to last for 5 years.
Okay.
You will step by step is going to depreciate your hardware,
Okay.
your operations. Right? The second part is it's going to happen in the existing IT. So the good part is by using their previous knowledge, they can easily transit with a little effort to the cloud truth.
Yeah, because you already know how the organization is working.
Now they need to get trained, and for that training, there are systematic training programs available again by the cloud. So the cloud has done massive investment in actually optimizing all this operation. Right? So they know the pain points. Because they are the people who have actually encountered these issues themselves. None of the clouds, maybe if we just leave one or two cloud vendors, all of them were emerged from solving their own problems. Right? This is something they are actually sharing the experience they gained over the period.
Yeah.
And then they have millions of the customers. But means they're exposed to millions of the problems from IT, operational, everything. So they know that what kind of strategies and tools are required to bring you in this stuff.
Basically, it's sort of a collaboration between either the consultancy firm or a secondary outsourced firm that you are having, that they have the expertise in what kind of problems you are going to face with respect to the cloud, and your own internal IT team knows what kind of processes you already have in place and how you can translate them.
So in 6 to 1 year of span of a time, the people who are actually eager, so they need to have a will as well.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So
In IT, you need to have the will to change.
exactly, they say that only constant is change.
Yeah.
Right? So they need to have that will. If they have the will, there's a very good chance and very strong chances, I would suggest, that they can actually transform themselves from IT store guys to the cloud engineers.
Okay.
So that's what many people are doing. See, I am one of them.
Yeah.
Right? From a traditional manager, from a traditional stuff, I transfer myself, my ideas, my architectures into the cloud.
Into the cloud. Yeah.
Right?
And now you are actually managing some of the cloud stuff.
Exactly. What I'm doing, that I'm designing and I'm building, even I'm part of the cloud excellence center right now, and we have a lot of guys who are working on the cloud. But the point is that you need to be ready for the change.
Yeah. You need to be agile about it.
And what different from the goals, and it is not just for the technical person. If you're a project manager, you need to rethink about how the project is going to be in the cloud.
Yeah.
What considerations, what cost controls you have to put. What is going to the KPIs of your working team, right? If you're from the financial sector, you need to rethink from. Do you have some questions?
No. I was just looking at the chat as well.
Yeah. So what I'm saying that now from the financial point of view, you have to rethink your financial strategy. Before you might be thinking of the capex. Okay, we are going to invest like for 5 years. Now things have changed. Now you're going to say, okay, this project is going to consume that much of resources. We will see that how it's going to progression. So it means that you have a more money to invest in other parts of your company for productivity.
Yeah.
And now when it comes to business and sales, now the business and sales know that if they go full throttle, they know that the back end guys are able to handle it because they are not actually managing this, is someone else managing that stuff.
So one question that I think that people in the doing the also would like to know is that what kind of a timeline should the managers have in the mind that a pilot and then a full successful transformation onto the cloud?
Okay, so that's a really beautiful question. Now, the timelines depends upon the size of organization and the part of the organization which is positioned to the cloud. But the beautiful thing is when we actually say POC and the pilot, we will think that we will having some variance. Okay, right? But the beauty of the cloud is that you have finished stuff at the moment, right?
You can just scale it.
Yeah, and then you scale. Right? So you are not actually going to create the whole thing and then doing stuff for it. So that is the very much beauty, and that is something the decision makers need to know. This is not just a way that you think that it is IT operation. That is just like 30, 40 years ago when people think that the computer is related to IT. It's not. It is a new norm,
Every desk needs a
right?
computer.
Like mobile phones. I know when I was in school, that was very mobile was a luxury,
Yeah.
right?
Now
Now,
it's a necessity.
let's talk about branchless banking, right? Or Easy Pass, Jazz Cash, all of this stuff. What happened? They brought a revolution, right? Now the people are more eager to go for this stuff, and now the way the people are integrating, we are actually entering into an age which was not even possible, right? I was standing on my corner shop and I saw that Nescafe had a barcode. I asked him, what it is it? And he said that what you can do is you can just scan it and I'll pay you on the basis of that.
Okay.
Right? So that is something, not just think about it, that you don't have a change. It's just a very beginning of stuff.
Yeah.
That means that it will going to huge impact in many. Let's suppose that you are going somewhere and we become more and more cashless in the society. How its impact is going on the all bribery goes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All
Everything is
those
automated.
costly. Because of,
People are afraid of it now.
exactly. Every once things getting documented. So that also goes for the within the organization because there is a consolidated billing. You know where your resources are. Right? If there is a resource load, you have early mitigations and post mitigation for it. Right? So for the business point of view, I would say either you want to enter or not, you're going to enter.
Right. So concluding the discussion a bit, just 5 minutes on that. What kind of things should a manager look forward to if they want to enter the domain, that they want to make sure that their organization is using the cloud or just upping their skills so that they can actually go out into the organization and say that for particular processes, this is how we are going to optimize the process.
What I would suggest is first consult with the consultancy.
Okay.
So you don't waste a lot of money in the transition.
Okay. So I'm not talking with respect to the business level, but rather the individual level.
Yeah.
So
For
what
the
the
individual
individual.
level, again, is that first of all, I would say if you're eager, there is just I'm putting number of resources available.
Okay.
Right. So don't opt for the courses available on the right. People say, "Aaj hai, hum 4,000 में courses देंगे." Don't ever opt for that.
Okay.
Right? There are millions of courses available, and cloud learning libraries are there. You don't need to go on any different track.
Okay.
Managed apps are available. All you need is build to go.
Okay.
Right. For so individual, just view some of the videos which is provided by the on the vendor itself. There's a lot of courses available on the Coursera, edX, and the cloud tells you where the resource is available. There is so much resource available that if you spend next 10,000 years, they would not do your job.
Okay. And last question that I would like to take is that for those people who are just either in the student phase in the university last 2 years or are very early graduates, what kind of suggestion would you like to give based on your experience and based on your managerial experience? That what kind of a skill set or what kind of professional expertise should they look forward to make sure that they are well capable of integrating into the future market?
See, for the deaf people, I would surely recommend them that if you're going into the enterprise development, just from the very today, start with the microservice architecture.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That is the bottom line.
That's what everything is made up of right now.
So
Serverless and all.
serverless microservice architecture.
Yeah.
Right? If you're into the networking part, even from the electronics people, huge options available to start your business with DevOps.
Okay.
And just to tell you that this is market is one of the most lucrative market. Skills people in this market are not
Cloud
as
is
well,
in demand
right?
now.
And
Yeah.
so, as I told you, either you want or don't. You're going to do it.
Okay. And what about people that are in the humanities and business side?
Exactly. So,
What kind of things?
It's just like again, I would say that it was just like for other people when we are not using the computers in our daily lives, right? And the type of transition we did is exactly what's happening in the cloud. They need to think about in that manner that see the cloud is not just about the service model, it is a whole organizational model.
Okay.
And there is a complete training material available for role specific. There's a specific role for the people in the cloud
Yeah,
family.
be it you're in sales, you're in marketing, be it you're in
Exactly,
strategy
exactly,
development,
exactly.
everything.
So yes, so they have particularly exactly managed trainings available. Most of them, I would again say, they are free. Certification trainings are expensive, as organization-centric trainings are expensive. But for the starters, there's absolutely free trainings available, and you will go, and then actually you come up with experts for resolving your confusions.
Even if you don't go for the certification, you should be able to at least speak the language of the cloud, like what the cloud is, how you should do, so that you can actually talk to the tech people that what you
Definitely,
want.
it's just like that the way business people started using Excel, right?
Yeah.
It's a pretty much the same thing, and it's
It's
pretty
going
much
to happen whether
it's
you
going to
want
happen.
it.
I'm right now working on the project that is a financial project, and they needed a secure desktop as service,
Okay.
right? So we are implementing for them, and that was just like a go because Corona has made things more
Yeah.
necessarily fast, which
Yeah.
was going to retire after 20 years. They're retiring. Now they're all sitting, their whole organization sitting in their home, and then now they cannot put it that into the local systems.
Yeah.
Now they wanted something to have a secure network, secure desktops where they can work, and they know that certain standards are going to be out there. So that's the conclusion of that.
Yeah.
That it is first, it is for the business, and then it is for the IT.
And what's the last one-liner message that you would like
My
to give?
my line of message is one line of message is again that either you like or you don't. You're going to enter in the cloud. So you prepare for it today before you become an obsolete.
Okay.
That's the my whole.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So we will host our next speaker momentarily, and then we will resume this stream again. Thank you for connecting, and keep yourself tuned in to whichever platform you're watching on, YouTube or Facebook, and we will be live again in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Today's session is the so we'll look into bit of intro of what and basically detect humans and so and I want to uh, some intuitive understanding building a small model.
Okay, so sure. So you're ready for the session? So let's get started with the session. Aksa is actually my personal favorite, and I'm sure that you're going to enjoy our session as well. You can post your questions in the comment box, and I'll try to answer all of them. Okay, so I've already given. So we'll dive in. We'll start with dynamic foresight. How we know, how we know coding. Have some rules, you have some functions that use that data and give out results. So, for example, if right, so you have something like border breakthrough on that, right? And उसके बाद और को कहाँ जाना चाहिए? Which department might go? So all of these things, these rules are things that you define yourself and you write these rules yourself. That's what traditional programming has been. So अगर मैं इसको exam you're feeding in some data and and your rules are the output is what the model is learning. So you are telling machine learning model कि इस डेटा के लिए मुझे ये आउटपुट चाहिए वन के आउटपुट में मुझे टू चाहिए टू के आउटपुट में मुझे फोर चाहिए फोर के आउटपुट में मुझे एट चाहिए and then the model will sort of learn by itself just by looking at the inputs and outputs कि अच्छा नंबर को हमेशा डबल रखें हमने activity evaluation. So let's see how we do it using चल रहा है many अगर स्पीड greater than 4 है तो मैं कह देती हूँ मैंने ठीक है अभी let's see what would happen if we add more scenarios. Yeah. Walking and running and multiple person. So we can add another routine here as well. PhD speed 12 से कम है तो उसका क्या मतलब traditional programming our rules are going really well and that करते जाएंगे और speed that's what we will do. How this is where speed is enough. That's the power. So we do work on like a new that programming. But at the same time, it's not working. So we have more factors that work, right? आप उसको कोई और factors लेना शुरू कर सकते हो. Maybe more complex as you try to define the activity, right? After, for example, if हम sensor करना है, वो sensor करके some outputs जिसको use करके हम use refine करके we can figure out के activity क्या है. So these are the data that we are getting. Try to figure out some patterns जो unique हो. Okay. So a pattern with this that is unique to it, or that is unique to one. Right? So we try to find some pattern in the input or data. So for example, maybe we'll figure out one we हमेशा इसमें आता है. And this is unique to topic. For example, we define that we figure that out somehow. A man this. We figure out इसमें ये वाली वाली है. तीसरा वाली figure out some unique patterns or combination of patterns. For example, there is one value here. So we find some values and some combination of values. Just the basis we match कर सकते हैं के labels. Right? Here patterns and we're trying to map them to labels. And this is exactly what machine learning paradigm label के लिए, right? उस category के लिए वो unique हो. Manually अगर हम इसको करने बैठे तो it would take us a lot of time and sometimes we wouldn't come up with the right pattern. But what the beauty of machine learning is that when you give it data and you tell it what the answers, respective answers to that data should be, what it does during its learning is that it figures out the patterns for you. And that's why we say that it learns the rules for you. What that is the model does during learning is it takes the input, it without looking at the output, without cheating on the label, it makes a guess on that. Then it checks the अच्छा इसका असल में क्या आंसर है. ठीक है. It thinks कि अच्छा इसका label असल में क्या है. And it matches that with its own guess. And it uses that to decide कि वो सही direction में land कर रहे हैं वो गलत direction में. It uses it to optimize its learning. Like इस process को use करता है optimize करने के लिए अपनी learning. uh, view of machine learning process, learning process, right? And it makes a guess, it measures the accuracy through that data, it optimizes its guess, दोबारा repeat करता है, नई guess करता है, फिर repeat करता है, and it comes to a point where it makes good guesses, and it learns the patterns जिन पे answers सही आते हैं, and it learns the uniqueness to each class. And so this is what we do. Inference is किसी input के ऊपर unseen चीज के ऊपर जो आप prediction कर रहे हैं, that's your inference. So what we will do once our model has learned, what we will do is we will give it some unseen data and we will give us some output. एक मैं unknown activity मतलब unknown data किसी activity का सूत्र है, and I would expect that it would learn. Okay, so let's try to understand pet food. Photoshop की बात करते हैं, so we have filters that sharpen the image. We have filters जो कि उसके edges के ऊपर कुछ कर रहे होते हैं, edges निकाल के दे रहे होते हैं. We have filters जो कोई और चीजें निकाल के दे रहे होते हैं. मतलब before this, these filters that we knew were as simple as edges आ गए, आपके vertical edges आ गए, आपके horizontal edges आ गए, आपके smoothing filters हो गए, आपके sharpening filters हो गए. But the basic things that जो आपके किसी image के किसी pattern को पकड़ रहे होते हैं, चाहे edges को, horizontal edges, vertical edges, but some patterns that they're picking out of the images. And with images, this is exactly what the model does. But what it does is it has more complex filters than us. So the filters aren't just edges or sharpening filters. They are much complex filters. ज़्यादा complex चीज़ों को define. So there's a filter that extracts something as complex as this, right? Or combination of filters that collectively extract something as complex as that. And something, combination of filters that extract something like this one. So what the model does, it learns these filters during training and वो unique चीजें understand करता है image. Between a horse and a human, what it does is it learns the filters in the model. Basically, उसकी learning is something that it learns to combine, first detect these complex structures, and then understand combine together. That all of them need to be present, or a combination of them needs to be present for to be a human. यहाँ पर थोड़े काम आ जाए तो मॉडल को उसको ह्यूमन नहीं कह सकते. This is what it does. It will learn different things. So it will learn something like the complex computing combination of it that will learn there should be horse legs in there, or there should be horse face as long as this. So for this horse class, the model will learn different features and different combinations. And for the human class, it will learn different combinations. So, as you can see, filters extract features like hand. And filters then can be combined with images to make prediction of the image content. So, all all of these will actually combine to give you chords as the output. But for the model, initially the model filters that are randomly initialized. Currently, they don't learn and they don't extract. So, what the goal of the model is कि वो इस तरह के filters lag करें जो कि input और output को match करें. कि आपकी जो input image है उसमें से जो चीजें extract होंगी वो output के साथ match कर पाएगी, समझ पाएगी कि ये चीजें होंगी तो ये human होगा, ये चीजें होंगी तो ये horse होगा, and it sees hundreds of images, right? So those filters that are learned around over those hundreds of images, they apply to all of the images in that class. And that's where the accuracy comes in. क्या आपको जितनी ज़्यादा अच्छा वो learn कर रहा है उसके ऊपर उतनी ज़्यादा उसकी accuracy बढ़ती है. आपके एक initial random filters पे initialization पे it starts to make some predictions on the data. And then it measures and sees कि अच्छा कितने अच्छा वो guess कर रहा है, and then it optimizes those filters accordingly. नहीं अच्छा वो tweak करता है something, and this tweaking process for is similar to like जैसे आप volume कर रहे होते हो set the right. So this tweaking process is something similar to that, and it's called optimizing your machine learning. Code में ये सारी चीजें दिखना है. So when we say sequential model, right, so we'll be using TensorFlow Keras for building. सबसे पहले तो हमने define करने के model का architecture क्या है. Now what are each of these things? Sequential means कि आपका जो model की जो आप layers हैं वो एक sequence में आती है. There's one layer, then another layer, then another layer. So your input basically flows through. That's what sequential layer is. जब हम और भी निकाल सकते हैं. Basically layer add करें आपको filters की layer add करें जिसको आप learn करते हैं. उसके अंदर उसकी बात की kernel होगा, right? जो आपकी the kernel is जो आपकी image के ऊपर जो traverse कर रहा है. That's what all filters नहीं आ सकते. Right? उस layer के अंदर वो आपने define किया. Normally what we do is image के ऊपर model करते हो. तो आप start कम नंबर से करते हो filters के, and then you start to increase it. इसकी एक वजह ये होती है कि start में आपकी जो image है, which is it has 3 channels and it's a huge image, right? तो आपकी computational जो resources हैं उनके लिए आप start कम से करते हो. जैसे वो dense होना शुरू हो जाती है तो आप उसके filters बढ़ाते हैं. So as a result of that you have to learn less filters and you get good output. लेकिन आपको filters कम computational cost है आपकी उसमें कम है. So there are some things that we want to do when we are learning in the model. हमें अपनी image के size को भी कम करना है ऐसा, right? और हम चाहते हैं कि उसके features जो हैं वो ज़्यादा अच्छे पाएं. This is exactly what it does. It basically takes अगर 2x2 max where it would take 4 pixels and it would represent them by one number. और उसमें वो आपकी image के size को छोटा करता है. Takes 4 pixels represents them by one number. Takes the next 4 pixels represents them by one number. एक आपके पास output image आ जाती है और input image आपकी बड़ी होती है, output आपकी छोटी होती है, लेकिन expectation ये होती है कि जो output image है उसमें भी उन्हीं features को उसने enhance किया. Right? When you take 4 numbers, what maximally does is कि उन 4 pixels में जो सबसे बड़ी pixel का number होता है वो उसको store. So it takes that as the representation of the four pixels. So the idea of this is that you're reducing the image size, which is good for your computation. And at the same time, you're also picking out for every 4 pixel the best number that represents it. Right, obviously. Yes. नहीं ये चीज कर सकते हैं मैथ्स ये जो पॉइंट है आप उसको कर सकते हैं उसमें for every line it would take one, right? So you would cross two millions. But different modern architectures, you can always experiment with them. लेकिन 3 by 3 में आपकी बहुत ज़्यादा इमेज जो है वो छोटी हो जाएगी. So what अगर आप right after every convolution layer you're doing this. So ज़्यादा अच्छा आइडिया ये है कि आप इसको रिपीट पे करो after every convolution layer, then to do it reduce the image altogether in a time. So अगर मैं 4 pixels को replace कर रही हूँ एक नंबर से, that's better than replacing 9 pixels with one number because उसमें मेरी information loss ज़्यादा हो जाएगी. So I do it 4 by 4, फिर मैं उसपे convolution layer लगाती हूँ. I'm putting some filters on it. then मैं उसके बाद दोबारा उसकी image size को reduce कर रही हूँ, उसके pictures को दोबारा enhance कर रही हूँ. So constantly basically learning the filters on your image, and then this max pooling is basically enhancing those filters. So combination of both constantly very powerful in learning features from an image. That would be unique to that. हमारे पास अगर भी जो image pattern means कि उसकी जो भी x cross z plus y जो भी उसका size हो, you can imagine it as a cube, right? तो हमने उस सारे को flat कर देना है एक आप इसको unroll कर दोगे and that's how pattern works. So ये आपके हमेशा होते हैं in classifying images, classification of images, because आपने उसको output पे map करना है, right? And output आपके या तो 0 होगा या 1. So the output number would all. इस केस में हमारे पास सिर्फ दो classes हैं. Block at the end. If I try to imagine the network, I just have one block at the end. तो या तो 0 होगा या 1. 0 for horse, 1 for woman or vice. मैंने उस पे जाके इस image को map करना. So ये जो ये सारी आप उसको एक website से मारते हो और this is for that. So you unroll your cube by the end, and then you pass it to a dense layer. One dense layer, depending on how big your images are or how big that cube is, right? And then you basically get the match it to the output. आपने उसको अनरोल कर लिए. अब अनरोल करके डायरेक्टली जब अनरोल हुई भी वगैरह हो सकता है कि जब आप उस क्यूब को अनरोल करें तो उसको खोलने में बहुत बड़ी हो सकता है I don't know 2000 units का, right? That is too huge for directly connect to a serial. So what you do is you add in between layer of 512. तो वो 2000 पहले 512 से कनेक्ट हो गई और फिर ये 512 जाके आपके सिंगल नोड से कनेक्ट. कैसे करते हैं, फिर हम ऑप्टिमाइज करते हैं, हम मेजर करते हैं एक्यूरेसी और हम ऑप्टिमाइज कर रहे होते हैं. तो इन सब की अपनी मैथमेटिकल थ्योरी है of how they turn the knob and how they tweak the values and how they tweak the filters, and on some are better than the others and vice versa. ये ऑप्टिमाइज को फाइंड आउट RMS ड्रॉप का, ठीक है, and राइट के मतलब कितनी क्लासेस को वो सही से कितने डेटा सैंपल्स को सही से क्लासिफाई कर रहा है और कितना वो गलत कर रहा है, इसके हमें एक्यूरेसी अगर मैं हाउस प्राइसेस प्रिडिक्ट करी राइट कि हाउस प्राइसेस क्या मानी चाहिए तो उस केस में I cannot use accuracy because अगर मैंने $20,000 predict करना था मैंने 20,000 and $5 predict कर दिया I cannot call it wrong or right. इसमें जो आप wrong or right है that's dependent on the difference. तो उस केस में आप matrix को छोड़ दो आप MSC यूज करते हैं which is mean square error और mean absolute error इस तरह के को यूज करते हैं instead of there's no classes अगर ज्यादा क्लासेस होती तो बहुत सारी क्या जाती yes fast में तो पढ़ आता क्या लॉस से करते हैं we calculate a loss कि कितना पे अच्छा परफॉर्म हो रहा है कितना बुरा जैसे जैसे उसकी एक्यूरेसी बढ़ती है तो लॉस भी रिड्यूस होता है और मॉडल का यही गोल होता है रिड्यूस करना दैट्स हाउ इट जजेस कि वो अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा है या बुरा परफॉर्म by the number of people. तो अगर मेरे पास 500 सैंपल्स हैं जिनके ऊपर मैं ट्रेन कर रही हूँ तो 500 सैंपल्स के ऊपर टोटल लाइक पूरे 500 सैंपल्स को अगर गुजार दे जाए एक दफा मॉडल से गुजर जाते हैं तो दैट्स वन epoch. So if I do it, if I save 12 epochs, then it's not me giving 12 data samples में receive. It means कि मैं 12 दफा अपना पूरी डेटा learn करेंगे. It looked at the data, the entire data 12 times. But very individually होती है एकदम से क्या होता है उससे नहीं बढ़ती है आपका लॉस कभी कभी नीचे आते हैं और उसके थोड़ा टाइम बाद बढ़ना शुरू हो जाता है so these are some parameters जो कि आपको खुद डिफाइन करने पड़ते हैं क्यों करने पड़ते हैं right and obviously there's the concept of overfitting and underfitting as well in this कभी कभी आपका 60 से ऊपर जाती नहीं है so you're just not fitting the data right आप underfit ही रहता है then you look at the issues के अच्छा मसला क्या है is the data like this कि उसमें नहीं लर्न कर पा रहा हूँ कुछ is the model too small do you need a bigger model do you need a better model do you need to for example अगर images मेरी data input में ही मेरी images blurry है right इस तरह से blurry है कि human भी शायद उसको सही से नहीं लर्न कर समझ में so in that case the model would not give you good accuracy but under accuracy 50 से ऊपर जाएगी so there are multiple things that you can do when you see okay your accuracy is not improving or your loss is not increasing and it depends it's different scenario to scenario there is no fixed rule कि अगर मेरी accuracy अच्छी नहीं है तो मैं model बनाऊँ या मेरी accuracy अच्छी नहीं है तो मैं data को देखूँ the problem would lie in different stages of that model learning what happened yeah it's right
That's nice.
Let me share.
So here's the link. अगर आप लैपटॉप पे करना चाह रहे हो तो you can use this. ये आपको लिंक लिख के खोलना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, खुल गया। उसकी कॉपी बना दें, फाइल में जाके ना उसकी कॉपी बना दें, मेक अ कॉपी। सो व्हेन आई एम एडिटिंग तो आपके ऊपर ना, वी कैन डू इट साइड बाय साइड। लेट मी नो व्हेन यू आर डन विद दिस। कर दो स्टार्ट।
ये कमेंट्स में मैं लिख रहा हूँ
ये मेरे पास कमेंट्स के ऑप्शन में आ गया है। But they have to make a copy of this. जी यहाँ पे था। Just copy this. Okay. So unmute that. Yeah, that's me. Okay, so getting started with the collab. So सबसे पहले तो we are going to download the data set. So ये data set है जो computer generated है, and it has images of humans and horses. It's a computer generated data, and that also gives the idea of data augmentation के आप इस तरह भी data generate करके you can then fine tune it on the real data. So we download the data in the Colab, और डाउनलोड करने के बाद हम यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि we have it. Yes, in our 10 folder, you can see कि हमारे पास ये horses और human की ना एक zip file generate हो गई है, right? अब हमने सबसे पहले ये करना है कि हमने zip file से extract करना है डेटा को, और उसको यहीं पे हमने separately place करना है humans में और horses. So the first step that we'll do is हम ये library में import करेंगे. Right, and then we'll extract this. So extract करने के लिए, the good thing about Colab is कि वो ना साथ साथ आपको it gives you the suggestions. So auto complete इनका बहुत अच्छा है. जैसे for example अगर मैंने ये किया है and मैंने this file लिखा है, तो now this will give me everything that this needs. So it needs a file input and it needs a mode. कि आपका वो आ रहना चाहिए, और मैंने इसको इनिशियल फाइल का नाम बताना है जिसमें मैंने उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट करना है, जिधर से एक्सट्रैक्ट करना है। तो इसके अंदर मैं यहाँ पे लिख दूंगी लोकल जिप, जो कि मैंने डिफाइन किया है, or what that measures. Right. So next, what we do is that we extract uh, the file. So that would be zip reference dot extract करना है हमें. So extract all, and यहाँ I would tell it कि extract path अब मुझे बताना है तो path कहाँ पे मैंने extract करना है. So it's telling me कि मैंने path किसको बताना है. So some of these things it helps you with. So हम अपने path similar नाम से रख लेते हैं. So right. And as soon as it has extracted, I will want to also I have to close this. तो अब अगर हम अपनी फाइल में जाके देखेंगे तो 10th के अंदर we'll see that उसने पहले सिर्फ zip फाइल थी, अब उसने एक्सट्रैक्ट करके हॉर्सेस और ह्यूमन बना दिया और इसके अंदर हॉर्सेस का फोल्डर है और ह्यूमंस का फोल्डर है, right? So we are not, for this session, we are not splitting our data into training and test. We're using all of it for train, and we'll test it on new images that we'll take off Google or somewhere. Okay. So what next जो वो चीजें कर रहा है, so what it's doing simply is कि वो बता रहे हैं कि उसके horses किधर रखे हुए हैं, right? उसकी path को define करना. We'll do the same for human directory as well. कि आपने os.pass.join किया और आपने उधर अगर जो है उसको बता दिया कि ह्यूमन के फोल्डर पे. And in the next cell, what we are doing is हमने path define कर दिए कि हमारे डेटा कहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ है, ह्यूमंस का किस फोल्डर में पड़ा हुआ है, हॉर्सेस का किस. And now what we want to do is we want to print out some file names, right? Just for so what we simply do is use the os.list directory and you give it the path. What this returns is it returns the a list of all the files present in that file in that folder. And then what we are doing here is we are printing the first 10 from that list. And we can repeat this process for here as well. जहाँ पे हमारे पास इसकी जगह अब ट्रेन ह्यूमन डायरेक्टरी आ गई. Right. And what I want to do is I want to print the first so you can see कि यहाँ पे हमारे पास horses की फाइल आ गई है top और हमारे पास ह्यूमन क्या है. In the next cell, we're just printing के total उनकी length क्या है each इसमें और total हमारे पास samples हैं कितने हर. तो हमारे पास 500 horse की images हैं, 500 हमारे पास human की. Now we can also use matplot.image to view some of the images in the data set. So we'll do that next. And the simple step to that is कि आपने उसको IMD के through सिर्फ उसको read किया उस image को, right? And then you're just using plot.show to plot it. So I'm not focusing too much on how we're writing all of these. We'll focus that on the model part because this is basic writing. So we can see यहाँ पे horse की image है, we do the same for the human. And we can see कि यहाँ पे एक human की image आ रही है, एक horse की image आ रही है. So coming to building the model from that, right? So we'll be using TensorFlow for that. Okay. So अब हमने बात की थी कि sequential आपका model होगा because you have layers stacked up. So the first thing that we have is कि हमारे पास एक sequential model. अगर मैं इसको बात करते हैं तो ऑल यू हैव टू डू है आपने सबसे पहले जो आप करते हो वो ये होगा मॉडल डॉट से करेंगे ठीक है so it takes a list of layers right you tell it कि अच्छा आपकी layers कौन कौन सी हैं तो अगर सबसे पहली जो हमारी लेयर ऑब्वियसली वुड बी दी इनपुट लेयर तो पहली लेयर में डिफाइन करेंगे कि हमारी इनपुट की इमेज साइज क्या होगा सो दैट्स अगर मेरी पहली लेयर होगी केरास की बट हाउ दिस लेयर वुड बी यूनिक फ्रॉम द अदर लेयर इज बिकॉज इसके अंदर मैं डिफाइन करूंगी कि उसका इनपुट इमेज का साइज क्या होना चाहिए So we are starting by हमने कहा कि हम 16 filters रखते हैं पहले में. This can be 32 as well, 64 as well. Usually they are always in the power of 2, and उसकी वजह है because of the computation that the way that computation happens in computers with numbers. So it's better to have them in power of 2, but you can have them in other numbers as well. So it's always good to have them in power of 2. कि आप 16 करो या 32 करो या 64 करो या 128 करो, 512 करो, 256 करो. So power of 2 है. And then the next thing you define is कि आपके kernel का filter का kernel का size क्या होगा. So that could be that's odd numbers. So it's either 3 by 3, 5 by 5, 7 by 7, 9 by 9. So they're odd numbers, right? So 3 by 3 को आप imagine कर सकते हो कि that's a 3 by 3 cube that you're moving over your image as you're learning, applying the filter to that. So activation. डिफरेंट किस्म की होती हैं देयर इज रेलू देयर इज लीकी रेलू एंड ये आपको हेल्प करती हैं इन योर ऑप्टिमाइजेशन एज वेल राइट एज यू आर लर्निंग सो दिस इज व्हाट बेसिकली लाइट्स द नोड्स अप राइट जब हम अगर हम इस एनालॉजी को अप्लाई करते हैं ह्यूमंस के ऊपर तो हाउ आर न्यूरॉन्स वर्क दिस इज सिमिलर टू दैट सो अगर मैंने अपना हाथ ऊपर करना है देयर इज in the network of neurons, right, in me, there's going to be like a series of neurons जो कि activate होंगे ताकि मेरा हाथ ऊपर चला जाए. अगर मैंने हाथ नीचे करना है तो एक different series of neurons activate होंगे. तो कौन सा neuron कब activate होना चाहिए? That's where this activation, as the name suggests, comes in as well. So these are what used to learn कि अच्छा क्या कब किस तरह activate होना चाहिए. So this is something that you can understand from the analogy of how the human brain works. So activation के भी different जैसे optimizers बहुत different types के हैं, activation functions भी different types के हैं, and each of them has a different mathematical theory of why one is better than the other. But जब हम binary classification कर रहे हो तो there are some activation functions जो कि binary के लिए ही use करते हैं जो कि सिर्फ 0 या 1 के बीच में output देते हैं. And that's where sigmoid comes in as well. So इसकी range 0 और 1 के बीच में. So you can use this range to say कि अच्छा 0.5 से ऊपर हो तो वो एक क्लास है, 0.5 से कम हो तो वो दूसरी क्लास है. तो जब भी बाइनरी क्लासिफिकेशन करते हैं आखिरी लेयर का जो एक्टिवेशन फंक्शन है वो हमेशा सिग्मॉइड होगा, राइट. अगर आपके पास मल्टीपल क्लासेस होंगी तो वो सॉफ्ट मैक्स होगा. But for the middle layers, it can be any of it. यहाँ पे मैं sigmoid भी डाल सकती हूँ ReLU की जगह. But ReLU has proven to be better than sigmoid in model learning. And then we have leaky ReLU as well. We have other functions as well, जो कि use हो सकते हैं. And in the starter point हम इसको बताएंगे कि हमारी input shape क्या होना चाहिए. And since we have they're not black and white images, so we give it an input के so 300 cross 300 की images होगी और 3 channels हैं उसके तो ये 3 उसके साथ आया right. And then you put a comma and you move on to the next layer. अब हमने बात की थी कि कौन 2D हमेशा मैक्स पूल के साथ कॉम्बिनेशन में बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं. So अगली लेयर जो हम डाल रहे होंगे वो हम मैक्स पूल. So since we 2D ही हमारी कॉन्वोल्यूशन वो है तो और 2D ही हमारी वो बन रही है तो हम इसको जो मैक्स पूल है वो भी साथ 2D होगा. So this is our first layer. अब हमने अगली लेयर भी डाली है, ठीक है. So अगली लेयर will be similar to this. We go with Kira's dot layer Second. And then I can define. अब मैं इसके आइकन का फिल्टर बढ़ाती जाऊंगी, कर्नल साइज हमारा सेम रहेगा, बट इसमें हम उसको ये नहीं बताएंगे कि इनपुट शेप क्या होनी चाहिए, बिकॉज वो मॉडल को खुद ही समझ आ जाएगी कि जो पिछली लेयर से जो आउटपुट है वो अगले में इनपुट हो रही है शेप। सो इस बीच में आपको डिफाइन करने की जरूरत नहीं होती कि व्हाट आर गोइंग टू बी द इनपुट इमेज size. So the next layer would then again be that. फिर हमारे होते हैं third form. So number of layers कितनी होनी चाहिए is also a hyperparameter that you can tune. So you can try with different number of layers as well, and it depends on the kind of problem that you have. अगर आपकी images बहुत complex हैं तो आप expect नहीं कर सकते कि एक छोटा model उसको learn करेगा. Then you would want like a bigger model for it to learn. And अगर आपका images बहुत simple हैं, black and white हैं, बहुत सिंपल, उनके कोई बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स फीचर्स नहीं है, आप उसको बहुत बड़ा मॉडल and then start making it more complex. तो जरूरी नहीं है कि आपने हर उसमें बढ़ाना ही है उसके फिल्टर्स को. यू कैन ऑल्सो हैव द सेम नंबर ऑफ फिल्टर्स. Okay. जो मैट्रिक डालेंगे वो बेसिकली हमें ट्रेनिंग के दौरान हमें नजर आ रहा होगा कि वो कैसे इम्प्रूव हो रहा है. So we run this block and we also wanted to so there's something very interesting in TensorFlow which is called an image data generator. तो नॉर्मली हम पहले क्या करते थे कि हम इमेजेस को एक फोल्डर से उठाते a folder horses और उसके अंदर उसका डेटा होना चाहिए. फॉर ह्यूमन यू शुड हैव अ फोल्डर ह्यूमन और उसके अंदर डेटा होना चाहिए. जो फोल्डर्स के नाम होंगे वो इनको क्लासेस के नाम कंसीडर करता है. जितने फोल्डर्स होंगे वो समझेगा कि उतनी क्लासेस हैं और हर फोल्डर को एक अपनी क्लास समझता है. एंड देन दैट्स हाउ एंड यू कैन आल्सो so you just give it this flow from अब यहाँ पे हमने डिफाइन तो ये चीजें आपको जैसे यहाँ पे वो सब दस डेटा ऑन द अगर जनरल आपका डेटा बता देगा और ये आपको बता देगा that you can play with. हमने इसमें 128 रखा है which means कि वो 128 images पे पहले गेस करेगा, फिर वो उन पे देखेगा कि हाउ इट्स परफॉर्मिंग एंड देन इट वुड ऑप्टिमाइज एंड रिपीट, एंड फिर अगली 128 इमेजेस को देखेगा और इस तरह करके वो अपना एक ईपॉक पूरा करेगा। जब सारी इमेजेस को देख लेगा तो वो एक ईपॉक पूरा हो जाएगा। अगर मैं इसको छोटा कर दूं तो वो ज्यादा स्टेप्स बनेंगे एक ईपॉक के अंदर, बट वन ईपॉक इज द एंटायर डेटा, लाइक गोइंग थ्रू द डेटा एंटायर। सो हम यहाँ पे मॉडल डॉट फिट कॉल करेंगे, उसके अंदर हमने डिफाइन कर लिया कि हमारा एक ट्रेन जनरेटर है। हमने अच्छा steps पर epoch 8 है यहाँ पे, that is because we have images 1027 and we our batch size is 128, so if we divide that this means कि हम एक epoch के अंदर हम 8 steps कर रहे हैं। We have divided the data into 8 uh, batches of 128 each, तो 8 steps बन रहे हैं उसके, तो यहाँ पे ये वो डिफाइन कर रहे हैं और epoch हमारे टोटल 15 है। What those defines के आपको आउटपुट ट्रेन चीजें जाते जाते we can see that a lot directly it will probably go up, but you can also see कि यहाँ पे 7 4 थी, अगले step में 7 3 होगी, तो it does fluctuate a little, right? But generally वो नीचे जा रही है या ऊपर जा रही है is the concern. वो generally नीचे मतलब ऊपर जानी चाहिए accuracy and generally loss नीचे जाना चाहिए, but slight fluctuations उसमें होंगे। हो सकता है from my local setup. तो मैंने यहाँ से अगर human to image ले लेती हूँ, so it will tell me human to test, and it's telling me human dot jpg. I think the laptop shut down. Just give me a second. Apologies for the hiccup. So what we were doing is we were looking through the predictions. So let's try this out on a different image. So I can try it on a horse now and see what it does. So it tells me, okay, this image is of a horse. अब हम मॉडल को थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश करते हैं. So let's see what it will do on this. So this is half human and half horse. तो उसने इसको horse ही कहा. And Let's see what it does on human brain. So it's called it a human, right? But right, so this is how we can set up a small model for training on a classification model, image classification model, and then test it for images through our local system. Right. So that's about it for now. Open to questions. If there are any, you can add them in the comments, and for people here can ask me directly. Okay, so that's about it. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. GDG Cloud, Islamabad, and Women Techmakers. Islamabad bring you the most exciting celebration of International Women's Day 2021 in Islamabad with the theme Courage to Create. This year, our theme is based on the incredible strength and power women have shown in the face of adversity. We recognize that were tremendous challenges over the past year, especially for women, from dealing with COVID to broader issues of racial justice and human rights. But we remain hopeful about the future and the belief that together our community can create positive change throughout the world. So before starting our new session, I would like to share some stats with you about regarding International Women's Day. So I don't know how many of you already know International Women's Day originated more than 100 years ago. In 1910, Clara Zetkin, the leader of Germany's Women's Office for the Social Democratic Party, proposed the idea of a global International Women's Day so that people around the world could celebrate the same at the same time. So on March 19th, 1911, the first International Women's Day was actually held, and more than 1 million people in Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and Denmark took part in it. In 1975, the United Nations, which had dubbed the year International Women's Year, celebrated International Women's Day on March 8th for the first time. So after, I hope you really liked these stats. So moving forward, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Imran Salam, who is none other than another Google developer expert in machine learning from Pakistan. So Imran, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us about a little bit about what are you going to present today? कितने लोगों को जीसीपी का आइडिया है? आर्य? ठीक है, आई थिंक अब आ रही होगी। मैंने दोबारा से माइक ओके ओके
Apologies for this delay. We have some technical issues right now to face.
So I think अब चल पड़ा। Okay, so I think अब
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, okay, I was asking who here knows basics of GCP? Right.
and our online audience can also comment.
Yep.
So I think we have some comments. Video is also okay. That's okay. So I think Imran, you should tell us a little bit about what you're going to present, and then we can move on to our session.
So the sessions will be on training your machine learning models on on Google Cloud, right? On in the AI platform of Google Cloud, and we're going to see how we can code that and run your uh, training your models on GCP, right? So let's start. Screen share over here.
Okay, Imran, I'm adding your screen to stream, and then you can start your session.
Okay. Okay, before. Oh, okay. Okay. अच्छा ठीक है. Okay, so I'm going to start, before going to the code base, I'm going to present a little about what actually is Google Cloud. Okay, how many of you heard about AWS? Okay, so how would you define AWS? What is AWS?
Another web services like they provide different cloud structures like databases and servers.
Okay. What same अच्छा okay. So basically Google same चीज़ है, ठीक है, but it's powered by Google. It's developed by Google. और मज़ीद बात ये है कि Google और ज़्यादातर backend जो है backend है. Google is exactly like AWS, but instead it adds to it a lot of services और अपने उनके stack में और भी बहुत से services हैं और ये बाकी जो AWS services ठीक है, इसमें हम देखेंगे कि ये AWS लैम्बडा को रेप्लिकेट करता है. AWS लैम्बडा का है गूगल का, तो गूगल क्लाउड फंक्शन है, ठीक है, तो काफ़ी चीज़ों पे रेप्लिकेट करता है. आपने उन्हें स्टैक में और चीज़ें डाली हैं, इनका बिल्कुल AI प्लेटफॉर्म AWS से डेवलप अलग से है. तो बेसिकली कोई भी ऐसी सर्विस या ऐसी ऐसी सर्विस जो कि आप क्लाउड में अवेलेबल हो, जो कि आप रिमोटली यूज़ कर सकते हो, ठीक है, जिसके ऊपर आप चीज़ें होस्ट कर सकते हो, जिसका आप बैकएंड इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो, या जिसको आप यूज़ करके अपने क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग कर सकते हो, ठीक है, वो क्लाउड सर्विस, ठीक है. बात आती है कि मशीन लर्निंग में हमें इसका क्या जरूरत है. मशीन लर्निंग में एक सबसे जो इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्टर होता है मॉडल ट्रेनिंग. कोई भी आपने जो नेटवर्क बनाया होता है, कोई भी आर्किटेक्चर जो आपका होता है, आपने उसको ट्रेन करना होता है अपने किसी भी रिलेटिव डेटा सेट या किसी भी रिलेटिव आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. मसला ये आता है कि जो मशीन लर्निंग के टास्क हैं वे कंप्यूट एक्सटेंसिव, ठीक है. काफ़ी दफ़ा ऐसा होता है कि जो नेटवर्क होता है, आर्किटेक्चर होता है, वो आपके अपने सिस्टम पे फिक्स नहीं होता, फिट नहीं होता, या तो फिट हो भी रहा होता है मेमोरी में, तो CPU कंप्यूट उसको सही तरह से प्रोसेस नहीं करता, ठीक है. उसके लिए हमें क्या करना चाहिए कि हम लोग अपना सिस्टम अपडेट करते हैं या क्या करें, क्या उसके क्या तरीका हो सकता है उसके लिए. सिस्टम को अपडेट करते हैं. ऐसे पॉसिबल नहीं है कि मुझे सिस्टम लेने की जरूरत ना पड़े. मैं तो पुराना 1990s का सिस्टम लेकर बैठा हूँ और उसमें मैं स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट काम कर रहा हूँ, ऐसा पॉसिबल हो सकता है? बिल्कुल। तो मैं ये करूँगा कि बजाय कि सिस्टम अपडेट करने के मैं कुछ चंद पैसों में एक क्लाउड की सर्विस ले लूँगा, क्लाउड पर मैं इंस्टेंस ले लूँगा और इस इंस्टेंस को यूज़ कर लूँगा अपने किसी भी टास्क पर। अब गूगल ने इसको और ईजी बना दिया। हम जो टास्क हमने खुद बनाना था, वर्चुअल मशीन क्रिएट करनी थी, उस पर लॉगिन करना था, उस पर लॉगिन करके हमें स्क्रीन मिला के या किसी भी तरह से हमने एक प्रोसेस चलाना था जिस पर हमारा टास्क चल रहा था। गूगल ने हमें इसको ऑनलाइन बना कर दिया। एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना के देते हैं, इसको कहते हैं गूगल एआई प्लेटफॉर्म। एआई प्लेटफॉर्म जीसीपी पार्ट है, गूगल क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म का पार्ट है। उसके अंदर आप मशीन लर्निंग के मॉडल, प्रिडिक्शंस, मॉडल सर्विंग्स, आईडब्ल्यूडी ट्यूनिंग्स, ये सारे काम आप उसमें ऑटोमेटिकली कर सकते हैं। बस आपको बताना ही होता है, आपने अपने मॉडल को पास दें और सॉरी अपने कोड बेस को पास दें, इस बकेट में स्टोर करना है और आप आपकी सारी कंप्यूटर उधर लगा सकते हैं। और उधर आपके पास ऑप्शन होता है कि आपने सीपीयू यूज़ करना है, जीपीयू यूज़ करना है, मल्टीपल सीपीयू यूज़ करने हैं, मल्टीपल जीपीयू यूज़ करने हैं, टीपीयू यूज़ करने हैं। आपके पास काफ़ी ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है। ठीक है। अब हम देखते हैं कि एक छोटी सी एग्जाम्पल हम लेते हैं और हम देखते हैं कि इसको हम लोग एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे कैसे करेंगे। ठीक है। एक प्लेटफॉर्म की जीसीपी की मैं आपको पहले से कोट था कि जीसीपी इज पेड। ठीक है। लेकिन जब हम लोग सिलेक्ट करते हैं फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम आपको $300 क्रेडिट्स फॉर अ ईयर मिलते हैं। या तो आप $300 पहले खत्म करते हैं या आपको ईयर पहले मिलते हैं। ठीक। मेरे पास एक तरह से पेड़ है, तो मैं आप लोगों को करके दिखाऊंगा कि बेसिकली हम लोग जीसीपी पे एक प्लेटफॉर्म का मॉडल कैसे ट्रेन कर सकते हैं। ठीक। अच्छा, मॉडल जो है काफी अनकंफर्टेबल है। अच्छा, मॉडल जो है मैंने एक रेपो मिला के ये मॉडल हाइपरपैरामीटर किसको पता है?
Like the max is to maximum parameters like that.
हमें ये पता है कि ये मशीन लर्निंग में हम क्या कर रहे हो। मशीन लर्निंग में मेन पार्ट क्या होता है? मशीन लर्निंग क्या मतलब है?
तो उसको एक चीज को मैप करना सो दैट वो एक इंटेलिजेंट मशीन डिटेक्ट कर सके जो चीज हम उसको प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं आंसर और डेटा उसको दे रहे हैं उसको बना सके उसको डिफरेंशिएट कर सके।
मशीन लर्निंग का मेन मकसद है फंक्शन अप्रोक्सीमेशन। ठीक है। आप फंक्शन को किसी भी अप्रोक्सीमेशन सेल्सियस डिग्री फॉर्म आपके पास एक फॉर्मूला है, ऐसे ही मैथमेटिकल फॉर्मूला है, लेकिन एक बिजली की इमेज को स्पेसिफाई करना बिजली है। इसके लिए भी फॉर्मूला नहीं, कोई हम एक फंक्शन बनाएंगे, हम अज्यूम करेंगे कि फंक्शन है, हम उसको अप्रोक्सीमेट करेंगे और उसको अप्रोक्सीमेटली करेंगे। एक क्वेश्चन आया है, मैं भी देख लूँ। Discuss cost of ML cloud service, too much costly using TPU for long time. आप TPUs का गोला में यूज कर सकते हैं, on premises farm हो सकते हैं। मशीन लर्निंग का फंक्शन अप्रोक्सीमेशन में ऐसी क्या चीज हम ऑप्टिमाइज कर रहे होते हैं जिससे अपने गोल तक पहुंच सकते हैं। क्या चीज होती है जो भी हम ऑप्टिमाइज करते हैं, जिसको हम ट्यून करते हैं, क्या चीज एल्गोरिथम तो ट्यून कर रहा होता है, किस चीज को ट्यून कर रहा है। मशीन क्या होती है, मॉडल क्या होता है।
एक ऐसा प्रोग्राम होता है
ब्राउन मशीन लर्निंग में जो आपके पास जिस चीज को आप ऑप्टिमाइज कर रहे थे, रिपीट कर रहे थे, जिस चेंज कर रहे थे, जिसकी बेसिस पर आपके रिजल्ट बेहतर होते हैं, उस चीज को हम कहते हैं पैरामीटर्स। अब जो पैरामीटर्स है वो सेट ऑफ मैट्रिसेस मैट्रिक्स, ठीक है, मैथमेटिकल मैट्रिसेस, इंटीजर्स हो सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो मैट्रिक्स से होकर इस पर स्टार्ट करते हैं और उस रैंडम इस तरह चेंज करते हैं कि हमारी जो आउटपुट है मल्टीप्लाई होकर इनपुट ऐसी ये मैट्रिक्स है जिसको इस मैट्रिक्स को हम कहते हैं, इस तरह के मैट्रिक्स को हम कहते हैं पैरामीटर्स। पैरामीटर्स होते हैं जिनमें कुछ ऐसी चीजें होती हैं जो हम ऑप्टिमाइज नहीं कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे खाली कांस्टेंट्स होते हैं या पैरामीटर बेसिकली ऑप्टिमाइज हो। उसमें क्या एग्जांपल है, सबसे बड़ी एग्जांपल हमारी है लर्निंग रेट। लर्निंग रेट क्या है? लर्निंग रेट
इस रेट के ऊपर वो लर्न मॉडल
हमारे पास जो फंक्शन अप्रोक्सीमेशन फंक्शन हमारे पास आइडियली फंक्शन समझ हमें ये क्या होता है कि हमारा मॉडल वो जब लॉस बैक करेगा तो जंप लेनी है, ठीक है, जंप तो कितनी बड़ी है, ठीक है। इसको मैं इस तरह समझाऊँ कि आप देखना कि आपने आपका जो बोला है दिमाग में पहुंचना, ठीक है, जो लोकल दिमाग में पहुंचने के लिए आपके पास आईटी के लेवल हाउस का एक बड़ी जॉब है जो नहीं करेगा छोटी छोटी, ठीक है। अगर आप छोटी छोटी जॉब्स लेंगे तो टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा लगेगा, ठीक है। अगर बड़ी जॉब्स लेंगे तो हो सकता है आप वहाँ पे हो जाए फिर दोबारा आपने इस तरह की जॉब्स लेनी है, को पैरामीटर्स को ऑप्टिमाइज करना है कि स्टोर को ऑप्टिमाइज करके जैसे कि एकदम वो नया होने के आगे ठीक है। तो ये नहीं हो सकता लर्निंग रेट। अब लर्निंग रेट जो है ऑप्टिमाइज नहीं होता, लर्निंग रेट हम स्टार्ट में कांस्टेंट रख लेते हैं और यूजुअली मशीन लर्निंग की एल्गोरिथम्स लर्निंग रेट कांस्टेंट रहता है। अब लर्निंग रेट हो सकता है कि एक अच्छा मॉडल हो, हमें तो नहीं पता, हम लोग तो अपनी मर्जी से क्यों करते हैं, ठीक है। तो हम एक रेंज कर लेते हैं कि मैंने इस लर्निंग रेट से इस लर्निंग रेट सारी लर्निंग रेट ट्राई करना। तो मैं क्या करूँ, एक लिस्ट बना लूँगा या एक रेंज में रखूँगा, उस रेंज में मैं कहता हूँ ये सारी लर्निंग रेट मुझे ट्राई करके जो बेस्ट लर्निंग रेट है वो बेस्ट लर्निंग रेट इसका पता चलेगा। अगर क्लासिफिकेशन का मॉडल है तो ये एक्यूरेसी के साथ लेना, अगर रिग्रेशन का मॉडल है तो मीन्स पर, ठीक है। हम लोग इस तरह की चीज़ों से बेसिकली ये कर रहे हैं कि हमारा मॉडल अच्छा हो, बेसिकली अच्छा मॉडल है, अच्छा मॉडल है, अच्छा मॉडल नहीं है क्योंकि इसमें रेडिबिलिटी हुआ था, ये इसमें रेडिबिलिटी, ठीक है। तो सिंपल से क्लास है और इसको हम आप करेंगे गूगल डॉट ट्रेनिंग गूगल डॉट में करेंगे और ये हैकर में पहले इतने डॉक्टर सर्विसेज हुआ देखते हैं हमें क्या प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व है। अच्छा, बोस्टन हाउसिंग का केस इसको आइडिया है, बोस्टन housing problem, housing price problem. Boston housing price prediction problem. Basically problem ये है कि आपको एक एक खास लोकेशन पे ठीक है यूएस में खास जगह वहाँ पे आप घरों का फीचर्स में कि नंबर बेडरूम कितने नंबर के आसपास कितनी है एरिया कितना बड़ा है इस तरह के सारे ड्राइवर किसको प्राइस हर जगह तो आपने एक ऐसा मॉडल बनाना है कि जिसमें सारे फीचर्स ये इतने बेडरूम का इतने बाथरूम है इतना एरिया एरिया इसके सारे जो प्राइस जो ठीक है प्राइस अच्छा प्राइस मेरे पास कंटिन्यूस वेरिएबल है ठीक है ये 1 2 3 4 ये 0.5 ये 0.7 इसकी रेंज theoretically negative to positive theoretically नेगेटिव इनपुट है जीरो से ठीक है जीरो से अच्छा कंटिन्यूस वेरिएबल के हम कौन सी डोमेन यूज करते हैं क्लासिफिकेशन एल्गोरिथम कंटिन्यूस वेरिएबल्स में जो हमारे पास टारगेट वेरिएबल है रिग्रेशन और इसमें बेसिकली हम क्या कर रहे हैं कि आर्गुमेंट पार्सल से हम लोग बता रहे हैं कि हमें इतने इपॉक्स चाहिए और रैंडम रेट हमारा ये होना चाहिए ठीक है और हम देखेंगे कि इन दो चीज़ों को हम लोग कैसे ऑप्टिमाइज कर सकते हैं हाइपर पैरामीटर हमने मॉडल बनाया लिनियर रिग्रेशन का ऑप्टिमाइजर जो हमने एडम किया तो हमारे ठीक है ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए मैं डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा सिंपल का सारे उसी की डाटा गेन को कौन सा करते हो मैं लॉस डिफरेंस से स्क्वायर करते हो ठीक है जिस मैट्रिक्स कैसे हमने आइडेंटिफाई करने के कौन सा मॉडल बेहतर है मैट्रिक्स जो है लॉस ये आगे ये लर्निंग डेफिनेशन को ये कैलकुलेट करता है अब बेहतर की डेफिनेशन हम ऐसा कि बेहतर की डेफिनेशन में रखेंगे जो लॉस वाला है जिसका लॉस कम होगा वो बेहतर है ठीक है मैट्रिक वैल्यू लॉस है और ग्लोबल स्ट्रेंथ हमने इपॉक्स ये हमारा मेन कोड है सिंपल सा कोड है तो अभी तक हमने कोई ऐसी एक्स्ट्रा फीस नहीं सिवाय हैप्पी पैरामीटर निकाल अच्छा तो रिक्वायरमेंट्स फॉर टीएक्सटी इंस्टॉल दूसरा का मॉडल मुझे इस तरह का जितना चीज चाहिए और कितने अर्से तक बहुत जितना नीचे होगा एटलीस्ट जितनी कोई इतनी हमारे लिए बेहतर है ठीक है हमने बता दिया कि जो टैग है वो लॉस है आपका पैरामीटर ठीक है अच्छा पैरामीटर्स के अंदर हमने बता दिया कि इपॉक्स के ऊपर हमने चेक कर ये तो जाहिर सी बात है उतना ज़्यादा ठीक है
सर इसमें अगर रिबल ट्रेड
अर्ली स्टॉकिंग
अगर हम ये थ्रू कर रहे हैं जिसमें हमें ज़्यादा फायदा नहीं था क्योंकि जैसे ही हमारी वो लॉस
जी इसका इसका मकसद ये होता है देखें इनेबल्ड ट्रायल अर्ली स्टॉकिंग ये फॉल्स और इसको करने के लिए होते हैं जैसे ही उसको बेटा होगा वो ग्रो करेगा ये हमारे लिए गलत है ये हमारे लिए दिलचस्प नहीं है कि जो हाइपर ट्रेडिंग वो उसको इस तरह समझ के मेरे पास दो वेरिएबल्स हैं तो एक स्क्वायर है स्क्वायर के अंदर लगेगा डबल के अंदर उनकी वैल्यू अफोर्डेबल मुझे स्टार्ट में एक चीज मिल जाती है या रेक्टेंगल मैं इसे स्टार्ट में चीज मिल जाती है मैं कहता हूँ तो बहुत बेहतर है जो पहले 2 महीने एग्जांपल था कि उनसे बहुत बेहतर है मैं बाकी से रनिंग ठीक है तो स्पेशली हमें पैरामीटर मुझे सारा करना पड़ेगा अच्छा पैरामीटर नेम इक्वल्स टाइप इंटीजर मिनिमम वैल्यू 100 मैक्सिमम वैल्यू 1000 मुझे पता है 1000 सबसे बेहतर है स्केल टाइप यूनिट डिजिट स्केल टाइप मतलब आपने स्केल जो चेंज होगा 100 से 101 पर जाएगा या 100 के स्क्वायर पे जाएगा एक्सपोनेंशियली ग्रो करेगा या लिनियरली ग्रो करेगा सेम स्केल मैंने इधर रखा है लर्निंग रेट का ऐसे लर्निंग रेट की टाइप जो डबल है क्योंकि ये लाइक वो हो सकती है मेरे पास ये मेरे पास लर्निंग रेट में फ्लोटिंग ठीक थैंक्स रमेश अच्छा डॉक्टर का मैं बहुत सारा सिंपल सॉल्वर भी देता हूँ और इसको सही डेफिनेशन समझाने के लिए समझा आपके पास एक वर्चुअल मशीन है और आपने कोड चलाया वो कोड एक खास वर्जन ऑफ सिस्टम है ये है उसकी खास रिक्वायरमेंट्स अब वो एक आप मशीन में इंस्टॉल होगा अगर आपने किसी और को इंस्टॉल करना होगा तो आप इसलिए कि आप पूरी मशीन आपको आप उसके लिनक्स वर्जन पे है उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट्स इंस्टॉल करेंगे आपको क्या कहते हैं छोटा सा वीएम बना देते हैं ठीक है वो वीएम डॉक्टर का होता है और सॉरी वो वीएम बना देते हैं ठीक है उस वीएम को मैं कहता हूँ मेरे पास एक कंटेनर है ठीक है वो कंटेनर जो है वो ठीक है उस कंटेनर को आप मेरे पास कंटेनर है उस कंटेनर को मैं उस सिस्टम में चला सकता हूँ सिस्टम में चला सकता हूँ जब जैसे मर्जी अलग अलग ठीक है वो एक ही चीज हर जगह मिलेगी तो अब मेरे साथ एल्गोरिथम में पूरा सिस्टम है जैसे मैं छोटा सा कंटेनर उस कंटेनर को मैं जीसीपी प्लेटफॉर्म पे भेजूंगा और वहां पे वो इसके वैल्यू ट्रायल्स चलाना शुरू कर देंगे ठीक है बहुत सिंपल डॉकर फाइल में आपको दिखा देंगे डॉकर फाइल में बेसिकली कुछ नहीं यूज कर रहा हूँ आई थिंक 3.7.6 यूज कर रहा हूँ स्लिम वर्जन ठीक है पेप मैंने इंस्टॉल किया पेप इंस्टॉल करने के बाद मैंने रिक्वायरमेंट इंस्टॉल कर दी और एंट्री पॉइंट पाइथन और ट्रेन और क्यूएरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स को टेक्स्ट में आपको दिखा देते हैं रिक्वायरमेंट और टेक्स्ट में सिर्फ दो चीजें इंस्टॉल करनी है टेंसर को इंस्टॉल करनी और क्लाउड एमएल डैश आईडब्ल्यू ठीक है अब हम देखते हैं कि हमसे अपने जीसीपी में कैसे जा सकते हैं अच्छा एक चीज आप जब जीसीपी चलाओगे आपने जो आपका सिस्टम है उसका टर्मिनल खोलोगे टर्मिनल से आप वीडियो पे लॉगिन करोगे टास्क लेगेसी प्रोसेस को आप क्यूरी करोगे क्यू में लगाओगे जीसीपी अगर आपके पास है तो आपके पास ना आप एक टर्मिनल कुछ आप उसी में कोडिंग या उसी को यूज कर सकते हैं तो हम वाले ठीक है और अच्छा और करना कैसे है ये सारी टास्क ये सारा जो है इन अपने एमडी के अंदर जो कि आप इजीली यूज कर सकते हैं ठीक है और ये पब्लिक कोड है तो आप देख सकते हैं हम आते हैं इसमें कंसोल खोलते हैं ठीक है। ये जो है मेरा GCP कंसोल है, ठीक है। मैं अपना कंसोल खोलूँ, ठीक है। एक्टिविटी लॉग सेट, अब मैंने अपना रजिस्टर शेड्यूल खोल लिया। हेलो, काफी अच्छे से मैंने यूज किया है, तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा टाइम लग गया लोड होने में। ओके, हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म लोड हो गया। इसको मैं थोड़ा बड़ा कर देता हूँ आप लैपटॉप को ईजी देखने में।
लास्ट पे इसलिए
अच्छा, एक काम करते हैं, इसको खोलते हैं, इसमें सही चलो ठीक है। अच्छा, सबसे पहले तो हम क्लोन करते हैं वो रेपो, ठीक है। इस रेपो को क्लोन करते हैं। Perfect. CD सारे मैंने टैग कर दिए। अच्छा, बेसिकली इसमें हो क्या रहा है मैं तो सुना, प्रोजेक्ट आईडी, प्रोजेक्ट की आईडी ले रहे हैं, ठीक है। जो भी हम प्रोजेक्ट की प्रोजेक्ट होगा प्रोजेक्ट का आईडी होगा, ठीक है। इमेज रेपो में मेरे पास जो होगा, जो बेसिकली आप डॉक्टर का इमेज बनाएंगे इमेज के अंदर होगा, ठीक है। और डायरेक्टली हम उसमें लगा सकते हैं डेटा कौन सा है, लेटेस्ट है या वर्जन कौन सा, ठीक है। ये यूआई जो होगा हमारा कंप्लीट जो इमेज हम एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे उधर जीसीपी पे या API प्लेटफॉर्म पे, ये वाला इमेज यूआई होगा, ठीक है। इन सबको ठीक है। अब हम बिल्ड करते हैं डॉकर इमेज। बेसिकली ये होता है, क्या हो रहा है, एक सॉरी, सॉरी मैंने गलत,
Livestream. Yes. Yes, the 4G का. ठीक है. Like morning. Sorry for the inconvenience. एक इशू आ रहा है, वो रिजॉल्व करके फिर आगे मूव फॉरवर्ड करता हूँ। Perfect. अब हमारा सही चलेगा, ठीक है। डॉक्टर इमेज प्रिंट करते हैं। ये हमारा डॉक्यूमेंट बिल्ड हो चुका है। अब हम आगे आते हैं और देखते हैं अब हमने क्या किया। अच्छा, अब हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट तो बिल्ड करें, अब हमने इसको एक गूगल क्लाउड की रजिस्टर में पुश करके ताकि हमारा जो ये प्लेटफॉर्म से पुल कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। अब उसको पुश करते हैं। एक और वजह है कि जिसके लिए यहाँ पे अपलोड स्पीड और डाउनलोड स्पीड बहुत तेज होती है हमारे पास जी। बेसिकली हमने कंटेनर अब कंटेनर हम लोग टोटल बना, ठीक है। अब एक हमारे पास गूगल की रजिस्ट्री जिसके अंदर हम उस कंटेनर को पुश करते हैं, उस कंटेनर के अंदर अब जो एक प्लेटफॉर्म है वो वहाँ रजिस्ट्री से कंटेनर उठा के स्टोर करता है।
अच्छा एक सवाल है हमारा कि हमारा बट्टा है ना डालें डॉट स्लैश डॉट आप उसी इट्स लाइक बेसिक वर्ड्स बेसिक आप डॉट करते हैं डॉट स्लैश करते हैं आप उसी जगह पे आप रेफर करें अगर मैं डॉट डॉट स्लैश करता हूँ तो अच्छा अब हमने बताने कि हमने रीजन कौन सा अच्छा गूगल ऑप्टिक के क्लाउड बेसिक आपकी जो है अवेलेबल है तो मेरे पास कुछ रीजन होते हैं जो यूएस होते हैं कुछ रीजन के ऊपर होते हैं कुछ एशियन होते हैं हम सेलेक्ट करते हैं कि हमने किस रीजन पे अपना जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो हमें चुनना है ठीक है तो हम लोग रीजन सेलेक्ट करेंगे और हम जॉब का नाम डाल देंगे हमने जॉब का नाम डाल जॉब का नाम बेसिकली रखो डेट जो आज की है वो उसके साथ है ठीक है सब कुछ हो गया अब हमें क्या करना है हमने अपने गूगल क्लाउड में जॉब सबमिट करना है ठीक है सबमिट कैसे करना है दोस्तों बता दूं कि जॉब का नाम की जो कि मैंने इधर डिफाइन किया स्केल टियर मैंने जो स्टार्ट में बोला था कि स्केल टियर बेसिकली मुझसे बोल रहे कि आप स्केल कौन सा यूज करना है स्केल बेसिक का मतलब ये कि आपने बेसिक लेवल का सीपी यूज करना है ठीक है कोई एक्स्ट्रा फैंसी सीपी नहीं लगाना ज्यादा सीपी नहीं लगाने अपने मल्टीप्ल ठीक है और आपने जीपी में लगाना तो बेसिक ये काम करते हैं बेसिक सबसे ऑलमोस्ट फ्री वर्जन फ्री नहीं ऑलमोस्ट वर्जन ठीक है रीजन है कौन सा वो मैंने आपको बता दिया कि मैंने रीजन यूएस सेंट्रल वन रखा हुआ ठीक है इमेज का यूआरएल मैंने उसको बता दिया कि ये मैंने बनाया था इमेज यूआरएल कॉन्फ़िग उसको कॉन्फ़िगरेशन कौन सी चाहिए जो हाइपरपैरामीटर ट्यूनिंग YAML मैंने YAML फाइल वो उसको कॉन्फ़िग ठीक और बेसिकली मेरी यहाँ से जॉब सबमिट हो चुकी इस स्टेटस क्यू हमारी जो जॉब थी क्यू पे अब हम जाके देखते हैं क्यू पे किधर लिखी है ठीक है हम खोलते हैं अपना कंसोल ठीक है इधर जाते हैं हम एआई प्लेटफॉर्म पे ठीक है इधर हम जाते हैं जॉब्स पे इधर हम देखेंगे कि ये भी क्यू में लगेगी जो भी हमने सबमिट ठीक है इसको खोल लेते हैं ठीक है अभी जो है रनिंग स्टेट और देखते हैं अभी कितने चल अच्छा इसको थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा जब तक डिस्कशन करते हैं और इधर से सवाल आप भी पहले ये इधर है discuss privacy of package in Google Images are images on this public नहीं जो जिसने GCP का जो प्रोजेक्ट होता है एक और GCP की जो बेसिकली एक GCP का एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं हर प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर GCP रजिस्ट्रेड सिर्फ जो प्रोजेक्ट्स के जो और जो ओनर्स हैं मेंटेनर्स हैं और जो कंटेनर रजिस्ट्री के मेंटेनर्स हैं वो देख सकते हैं अच्छा आप लोगों हो गए सवाल
मेरा नॉन एक्सपीरियंस इतना ज़्यादा नहीं है
सही तो बाकी मैसेज आया लेकिन कैंसिल कर तो उसमें आपको तरीका बता कि जो है इस तरह करते हैं ठीक है क्योंकि पे है तो नहीं ज़्यादा नहीं मेरे पास अच्छा, और कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो मुझे आप ईमेल कर सकते हैं imran.salam.24@gmail.com पे। From me, that's it. Thank you.
We have
ये इसमें है,
Imran.salam24.
.24. ठीक, थैंक यू।
I think now we are live. सलाम जी। मेरा नाम ईशान है, मैं GDG क्लाउड का मैनेजर हूँ और वी आर लाइव फ्रॉम द इंटरनेशनल वुमेन्स डे इवेंट। मेरे साथ इमरान है फ्रॉम तेज होस्ट। तेज होस्ट इज होस्टिंग प्रोवाइडर एंड
अगर आपके पास डोमेन नहीं है तो वो आपको सबसे पहले डोमेन परचेज करनी होगी। उसके बाद उस तेज होस्ट का जो ऑर्डर है उसके साथ हम उसको अटैच करके ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देंगे। सबसे पहले मैं एक ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देता हूँ, सिंपल सा। ये हमारी तेज होस्ट की वेबसाइट है। तेज होस्ट में ये वेब होस्टिंग में लिनक्स वेब होस्टिंग में आ जाएंगे आप। $4,200 इसको कंटिन्यू करना है। अच्छा, ये है प्रोमो कोड। यहाँ पर हमने प्रोमो कोड यूज करना है GDG क्लाउड। इसको
कमेंट्स में दे रहे
इसमें वैलिड, ये प्रोमो कोड वैलिड हो गया है और इसकी जो प्राइस बन रही है वो है 42 रुपीज़। ये जो हम होस्टिंग देने हैं ये 99% फ्री। और यहाँ पर आपने अपनी डिटेल देनी है। यहाँ पर मैं एक नाम लिख देता हूँ, जो है ईमेल सर अच्छा जी, यहाँ पर हमने एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन देनी है कि हाउ टू फाइंड अस। फेसबुक फेसबुक का लेते हैं। ऑर्डर प्लेस करना है, तो अगर आपके पास डोमेन नहीं है तो फिर किस तरह करना है।
ठीक है,
थैंक यू।
thank you Imran, thank you very much, thank you to this host for providing all of this. Should be Ramesh, and we will be just joining shortly. Thank
मुझे कोई ये बता देगा कि आवाज़ आ रही है स्ट्रीम पे चेक करके बताओ GDG Cloud Islamabad and Women Techmakers Islamabad bring you the most exciting celebration of International Women's Day 2021 in Islamabad with the theme Courage to Create. This year, our theme is based on the incredible strength and power women have shown in the face of adversity. We recognize that there were tremendous challenges over the past year, especially for women, from dealing with COVID to broader issues for racial justice and human rights. But we remain hopeful about the future and the belief that together a community can create positive change throughout the world. So, before introducing our next speaker and starting our new session, I would like to share some facts with you people. Do you know International Women's Day is an official holiday in dozens of countries? International Women's Day is a day of celebration around the world and an official holiday in dozens of countries. Afghanistan, Cuba, Vietnam, Uganda, Mongolia, Georgia, Laos, Cambodia, Armenia, Russia, Ukraine are just some of the places where March 8th is recognized as an official holiday. Each year, International Women's Day festivities have an official theme. In 1996, the UN created a theme for that year's International Women's Day celebrating the past, planning for the future. In 1997, it was Women at the Peace Table, then Women and Human Rights in 1998. They have continued the themed tradition to something about Flutter. Let's talk to him. Ramesh, I'm going to add you to the stream. So, Ramesh, uh, हो गया
मेरी स्क्रीन ऐड कर दो.
So, Ramesh, before starting, you can introduce yourself to the audience, and then you can just tell us a little bit about your workshop, what you're going to do today, and then you can start your session.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ramesh, and I'm a multi-platform app developer currently working for. I've been building apps since the age of 17, I guess, and I love this field and I love everything about it. And we've come up with Flutter, which is the best recent development which I've seen in a pretty long time. So today I'll be showing you how to do local state management in Flutter. And we'll be talking about the perks of doing that and how we do that with simple steps as I'll show you along the way. So I guess I can start now. All right. All right. So serverless local state management. Before we continue, I'd like to ask how many of you have used Flutter before? Again, you. Which platform? Okay, so for those of you who don't know yet, Flutter is a totally multi-platform framework. It can be used to develop apps for Windows, Mac OS, Android, iOS, and web. And the good news is recently, which is last week, Flutter hit the the stable channel from the beta channel in its version 2.0 update, which means the web development for Flutter framework is now fully supported. So moving on, I'd like to show you how you can do serverless so local state management in Flutter. So why would you use state management in an app? Or what is state management according to you? Anyone? State management. No idea. Basically preserving
the current values of variables or the current values of objects or the current life cycle of the widgets that are on your screen is called state management, which can be done either locally or through API calls towards your backend or your server or whatever it is you're communicating with. My goal here, our goal here, is to decrease the API calls cost cut so that you can do all of your work, state management, and lifecycle management locally. What that does is I'll move on to those slides and I'll let you know. So, particular uses of state management in an app, most efficient use would be a shopping cart. For e-commerce apps, you can always manage the whole state of your shopping cart locally within an app. Then the favorites can include favorite products, favorite items, favorite uh, clothwear, anything that you want a user to favorite on the app. Then, of course, profile information. You have your names, addresses, contact numbers, office addresses, anything related to profile information. You can always save it locally. And then you have forms, of course. You can always save the form data locally before posting it to an API. And of course, you have constants and settings. A particular constant that is used in Flutter throughout the app are like navigator and scaffold keys. Navigator keys give you an access to custom navigation functions, so you can move between page to page with your own customization. And scaffold keys can always get you to show snack bars on a screen or to do actions like open or close a drawer or things like these. How you can get those constants into a local persistent storage, I'll walk you through the steps. Okay, so the traditional approach in backend is always to request the server using an API calls to get retrieve or to post data. That could include if you're using, for example, a social media app. You might get your profile information stored in the server and make it the state of your app. And then you might make changes to that state and post it back to the server. This is two-way process, again, requires a lot of API calls for every update that you make. So our goal here is to optimize that by making all the computations achieved through API calls done locally and device-based. How the optimization with local state helps. First of all, faster access to state and state management functions. You don't have any data transfer going on between your server and your device. So there's no HTTP requests or there's no post requests or there's no file transfer going on between the server and your device. All that is done is locally through either primitive or user-based custom objects. Local state is always reliable. There's no drop in connections, so you can always rely on the local storage communicating with each other. It's easily accessible throughout the whole project since it's global. API calls reduced, of course, the biggest factor here. Your costs are cut because your API calls for each update are reduced. You can always do updates within the app, and when your life cycle is just about to expire, you can always post them back to the server. So you're keeping your local state till the life cycle of the app is up and running. And whenever it's paused or exited, you might just move it back to the server like a backup. And it's always really simpler to implement since you don't need a backend for the API calls. You just need to more device dependence and more object-oriented language knowledge so that you can just implement your own functions and work with them. Obviously, like API calls, these are also asynchronous functions, so you can have them running in the background while you're doing other things. We'll get to that too. So step one, I'll first go through the steps and then I'll show you a demo of what that looks like when you're coding it in Flutter. So the first step is you make a model class or you make a file of functions and constants that you might use throughout the app. An example of this is like we mentioned, shopping cart. You might want to make a shopping cart model, or you might want to make a shopping cart file which has the relevant shopping cart functions and constants to get you through the app. So set up a model represented by an object class or a file, as I said. And the important thing here is to make it serializable. If it's a serializable class, you need not worry about losing the data in that class when your app is minimized or exited. The next step here is to create a local state controller. For this purpose, now these steps are my recommendations of doing the best thing you can when developing apps using Flutter, and these are mostly focused for iOS and Android development yet. And we'll be hoping that these plugins are featured and supported in the web channel in the future as well. So over here, you use singleton classes. Singleton classes is a concept emerged from Java. Over here, every time you call the factory constructor of a class, you're not actually instantiating an object from that class. You're always just calling to the internal constructor, which returns the already instantiated class. So you don't want one controller class to be making more than one controller objects. You just want to use the same controller throughout the app. And then you can add functions of creating, updating, and deleting the state locally using this magic plugin, Shared Preferences. The ideal local state management plugin that I recommend for iOS and Android yet, and we'll hope that the functionality is fully supported for the web channel in the future, so we might use that as well. The third step is to use only the most necessary API calls. Because again, regular API calls defeats the purpose of the whole local state management approach. The only, as I said, till you're using the app, you might just want to make the changes locally. And when you're done using the app, you might want to back up those local changes to the API calls, or you might just go completely server free. You might just ignore storing all of that user's data to that server, and you might just say user is on that one particular device and his info should always stay there when he starts using the app. And the last and most important step is to merge that whole local state management scenario that I mentioned before in the third steps with a app lifecycle. That's fairly easier in Flutter, as I know it. There's just one interface that you have to implement with your state. Interfaces are known as mixins in Flutter, M-I-X-I-N mixins. There's this one mixin that you write with your main app state. It's called the widgets binding observer. We'll get to all of that later, so you just want to ease up on your notes over there. So since the shared preferences library uses the persistent storage of the app, persistent storage refers to the cache or the storage that is associated with the app. So for example, you have an APK called My E-commerce app. It builds up to 11 MB, installs on your device for up to 20 MB, and there's an additional folder associated with that APK in which you have your constants that you stored using shared preferences here in that local storage. So unless you're wiping the cache, or unless you're deleting all of the storage of the app, or unless you're resetting your phone, this storage that you've used when the user is using their app will always be there, whether you have exited, paused, or in most cases, even deleted the app. Again, this means that for every change in the app lifecycle, you've also to monitor the status of the app state which is stored. So for example, if you have an app state stored for 4 hours ago, you have an empty shopping cart, a user adds 5 to 6 items to that shopping cart, and then he spends 4 hours away from the app. He hasn't proceeded to check out, so the cart state is basically wasted. Since he's not checking out, he's not either clearing that cart. You might want to check up if the certain amount of time has passed that you need to clear the local state, so that you can refresh the app and also obviously reduce computational time and improve the UI for the user. Okay, so I'll show you a demo in the form of code. So I've got Android Studio installed here. It's a project I've been working on for last couple of time. And then I'll show you the important parts step by step, as I mentioned. So step one was to create a model of what you want to store locally. In my case, I wanted to store the shopping cart locally since I didn't want all the cart items to be called to be represented in API calls every time they're created, updated, deleted, or every time product quantity is added. So I made one cart model here. This is my cart model. It contains a product model, and the product model fields are here. You've got product details, ID, name, image, stock code, price, and making these classes serializable is these two functions over here. So in Flutter, you have this concept of named constructors. You might have seen chained constructors in Java and elsewhere, but in Flutter, you have named constructors. So for example, if my class name is product, I can always make a new constructor, say product dot new constructor, pass in my arguments here, and then do my assignments here. So every time you're calling this constructor, it's going to perform the functions you've mentioned in for this constructor body. So we have one, two, and three constructors for this class. This is the default constructor. I've used product. Then this is a debug constructor, which I've given my own random values. And this is a from JSON constructor, which I will pass a map JSON to parse it and return a product object. This is basically making your classes serializable. Now, for your understanding and ease, there's a tool on GitHub, which is open source. I'll show it to you. For example, if you've got sample JSON data, you can always go to this tool, JSON to Dart. It's a public GitHub repository and a GitHub hosted page. So for example, if you have a sample JSON data, you can just copy paste the whole JSON and it will return a object model to you, a Dart object model. You can just copy paste it right away or verify it once. There is mostly chained classes going on here whenever your message syntax is a bit different, but you can always check that. Do you guys know of any open source JSON sources I can use to give you an example? Can you share the link if you have? All right, no worries. I'll find some JSON on my GitHub. I think I have it. Yep, I have some JSON here. No worries. So what I'll do is I'll just copy paste this whole JSON, come back to the tool, paste it here, and I enter my class name, which is the name of the model that will be created. So over here, these are categories. So I'll just type in here categories and click on generate Dart. So as you can see, it made a JSON serializable class model for you that you can use throughout the app. And obviously, this reduces our API calls hassle as the first step now. So you can just go ahead, copy this, create a new file in your project. I've put all the models under the models directory over here. So you can just for example, this category.dart is the same category just that I just showed you. So you can always use this tool if you're not, figuring out how to make the product, the proper models for your JSON data. That's step one completed. We've successfully made this serializable model, and we have these two serializability constructors. We have from JSON, and we have to map, which converts the current object to JSON. How that's done is also important. I'll show it to you. We've made a map of string and dynamic. So each string, which is one property of this model, we only have two properties here, product and quantity. So we've mapped product to the value of product to JSON because it was an object used inside an object. And then we've mapped quantity, which was an integer, to directly to the map. And then we've returned it here. All right, everyone clear to this point? All right, we're moving on to step two, making the local state controller. So this is the card controller that I used. First of all, you have to import some important libraries here. Dart convert is the library to import whenever you're converting to and from JSON. And of course, material if you're using any widget related info in your controller and others. All right, so first thing I did is, now to use shared preferences, you need to do three things. First of all, you need to add the shared preferences dependency to your pubspec.yaml. Any dependency you add to your pubspec.yaml, you just write here flutter pub get, and all it does is it takes whatever is in the YAML file, retrieves all the source code of that library, and adds it to your project. You don't have to do any other thing to add dependencies to your project. Once that's done, wherever shared preferences is going to be used, you have to type in this import statement, import package, shared preferences dot dot. We've done both these steps, and now I'll show you how to use shared preferences after I show you the layout of the card controller class. So first of all, my card controller will consist of a data type where I will store all my cards. So I've made a list of card.model. You've seen the card model here. So the list of card model is an array. Now this line is important. This line tells you that you're going to use the internal constructor of this class, which means that every time you call the constructor, you're not making a new object. You're just using the object that was first created when you call this constructor. Once that's done, you'll assign it to the instance of this object. So, for example, if anywhere else in the project I import this file and then I write card controller dot instance, it returns me the object that we initiated first, and it won't make a new object of the card controller. To make sure of that, we've used this factory constructor here. Factory constructors are used with singleton classes. Card controller, whenever you can either do this card controller dot instance, or you can just call card controller this way. So both are the same thing. I've added the factory constructor as a fallback option in case I don't retrieve the internal object that was created. So for the factory constructor, you might want to note this down. This line, instance.local card state, since it's the only property that's part of the controller class here, I've assigned it to whatever I pass it. I pass the parameter, or if I have passed nothing, which is checked using this double question mark operator, it just saves the old value of the array to whatever the new variable is created. Essentially, there's no new variables created, but it's just copying the old values to the newer array in case my card state input is none. You might not want to use this. You're just fine with this. Card controller.instance will get your job done. But this is just a good fallback option in case anything fails. We'll get to this part later. I'll explain the rest of the functions. So for a card controller, what are the basic functions you might need? You're managing the state of the card, so what are the basic functions you might need? Yep. Checking out, yes, exactly. So first of all, the basic function that you might need to use in a card controller is to check whether the card is empty or not. So for that, I think we have a function. No, we don't. In any case, you can make a one-liner function that can return that if the card is empty or not. And of course, getting that card is just simple. You return a list of cards, which is your card state, and which returns the list. This list contains all the cards. A card is a product added to the card. This is my logic here. Then, of course, for checking out, as you said, you can just go here, get the total. You can define total in whatever criteria you have. This was my criteria. This is basically adding the discount price to the number of times the product is added to cart. And if there's no discount price, then add the normal price to times the number of quantity. Then, of course, delivery fee. That again depends on whatever you're setting for the customer. Then you get the total again. I don't know why I've added the total. Oh, to get the subtotal here. The earlier total was the total of the prices of the products. This total is the prices of the products plus the delivery fee. Again, then we have a get count, in card check, index in card. This is checking if the product is in the card. This checks the index of the product in the card array. This checks the quantity of a product inside the card. Then add to cart if the product which is being added to cart, if it's not already added, add it with the quantity one. Then again, increment quantity. And then for decrement quantity, I've put certain checks to check if there's no null values that occur from the deletion of a product. So if, say, you have just one product remaining in your cart and you might want to delete that. So first delete that product and then you empty the cart with save checks. So that's what I've done over here. And then of course, deleting a cart. For example, you have six cokes added to your cart and you just want to delete them all. Just press a button here, all this computation works and you've removed that cart item from your array. How I've done that is simple. If confirmation is received from the user that he surely wants to delete the object, all I've done is I've removed the product in the card array. I've got the index where the card element was, and I've just removed it from the array. Now compare this with server calls. Every time you delete a card, you post a server call, you get the response. If the response is okay, then you go ahead, or else you print a snack bar, oh, we failed, we couldn't delete your product from the cart. This is much safer and much quicker. Okay, that is done. Now step three is in this file. How to use the shared preferences library to store the state locally. All we've done here yet is managing the card. Now, how do we save that state? So first of all, shared prefs works using indexes. Indexes, string indexes. You define a key for your persistent storage element. For example, if you have a cart item, you might want to store the quantity of that item as a hash map variable. So for example, I type in shared preferences, this key card product local, it returns the list of all the products in the card that I've added yet. So I've made one key that I'll use throughout the controller for shared preferences. And then where I've used it is here, over here. You can see, first of all, I got the instance of the shared preferences that I imported here, the same way that I'm making an instance of this card controller. They both are the same. And then I removed all the existing storage and I overwritten it with the new card state that I've saved. How I've done that is I've used the same key as I've shown above, this key. I'm saving my whole card state to this key locally. And then I'm saving it as JSON because you know objects cannot be directly stored to memory. So you need to convert all of that to JSON. I've showed you the conversion to JSON, and I'll show you the conversion from JSON over here. So first of all, you check if the JSON map that you're receiving is not null. If it's not null, then you clear the local storage. Then for every model inside your JSON map, you add it after converting it from JSON through this constructor that I've used over here, and then you just add it to your local card state. This way, when this function is executed, when you go to the card page and the card page checks for your current card, this array, it will have a list of all the products that you just retrieved from your local state. That easy. Again, I showed you save state. Now this is the delete state function. Delete state is clearing the local array as well as the local storage. These two steps over here. Instance.local card state. This operator is interesting. When you add question mark dot, it first checks if the array is not null and then clears it. Flutter always throws an exception if you're performing any operations on null values. So first need to null safety, exactly. Null safe operators exist in Flutter, so it's just that easy to use them. So it will first check if the array is null, and then it will clear it. Once that is done, we've cleared the local array, but we haven't cleared the local storage. So I'll check if the local storage contains this key, which means it has some card data. If it has some card data, I'll just go ahead and remove it. And then I'll print here, I've deleted the data. This was for delete, and now for read, we'll do the same. We'll get the shared preferences instance, and then we'll check if we have the key. And then if we have the key, we'll get the info stored in that key, and then we'll convert the JSON that we retrieved from that key to an object using this controller function, which I just showed you. That is step 3 completed. Now I'll show you the last step of maintaining the app lifecycle. We've seen app state, we've seen card state, we've seen moving variables between pages. Now we'll see how we use all of that merged to your whole app state. When I'm talking about the whole app state, it means, for example, me opening Facebook on my phone now. I see many updates, my profile updated, my feed updated, my friend requests updated. But as soon as I close that, all of that has exited. The app lifecycle has ended or temporarily paused. So we're going to check that here. Whenever your main function calls to your stateful widget, the first state that your app builds is the first state of the first widget that you're calling in your run app function. So this is essentially your first state of the app. This is the first thing that renders on your screen when your Flutter app is launched. All you need to do here is add this line with widgets binding observer. This is a Java interface or a Flutter mixin. Flutter uses mixins, Java uses the same thing, which it calls interfaces. This mixin provides you with two things. This variable, app lifecycle state, which will always refresh for every time your app lifecycle has changed. These are the possible lifecycle change values. Oh, I've just mentioned one. Basically, these are 5 values. App lifecycle state dot resumed for whenever you reopen your app lifecycle state dot detached whenever you exit the app, dot paused whenever you minimize the app, and there are two more which I'm forgetting now, so we'll just skip that. So over here, I've just checked that whenever the app is resumed, I've all I've read the state. I've saved locally for my cart and for my favorites. I've shown cart here, but I've also implemented favorites within this project. Once that is done, you just need to go ahead and build your Flutter app using the card controller. Now, all of this data, read, write, and everything, the beauty of all this is just this array. There's no API calls, there's no response checking, there's no null checking. It's just this array that I'm using throughout the app. And now when I'll go to placing an order, I'll just check the state of this array, get the total from this array, and just place an order, check out, and delete it again. That easy. You don't have to talk to the server at all unless you're placing an order, which is absolutely necessary. Okay, so I guess that's it for local state management. Any questions? Was that clear to you guys? All right. So I'm just going to revise what we did, and you have to tell me if I was accurate enough to let you understand. So we've done with the model class file. You guys went through that. We made a local state controller, which was a singleton class and with a factory constructor. We used only the most necessary API calls, which means we went completely server free on our card controller. And we obviously did manage the app lifecycle state with a simple Flutter mixin, which checked whatever the state your app was in. That are the 4 ways you can literally reduce your API call costs to about 25%. That easy. So I always say smart work over hard work, and I wish the best of luck to you guys when you're making your next apps. And you can always connect to me. You can take a screenshot of this slide or save it, or you can always talk to me. You can mail at this email address. If you have any quick queries in your development projects, you can always reach out to me. Any queries with Flutter or anything else I can help you out with. I'm just going to check if we have any questions in this stream. Anyone listening to us online, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions, guys? No? Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you for listening to me, and good luck.
Hello, everyone. Arshan here, back with our last speaker for the session. Here we have Usman from Shadil IT. Usman is a professional trainer. He has got certifications for Google Cloud in both the associate track as well as the professional track. So he's the go-to guy you should be talking to with respect to when it comes to cloud architecture, the way the cloud should be deployed, and what are the you can say the nitty-gritties that you need to make sure that you have got counted whenever it comes to a cloud architecture. So Usman, I'll hand it over to you. Yeah, you start. So, my name is Mohan, the founder and CEO of IT Academy and Cloud. I'm a leader, trainer, and consultant working on cloud and multi-cloud so we are making about for people and we will focus over virtual private cloud and the virtual private cloud. Like, my All right, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a temporary glitch in our connectivity. So we are back, and Usman, kindly share your screen, and we will put you into the broadcast. All right. So here is your screen. So
उसको डिकोड करना होगा। मैं यूएस वन ले लेता हूँ, ठीक है। अच्छा, आईपी रेंज पूछ रहे हो। अब आईपी रेंज मेरे पास मैंने बताया तीन तरह की मैं बना सकता हूँ, 172 या फिर 192, ठीक है। मैं यहाँ पे ले लेता हूँ 172.60.0.0/24, रिकमेंड है 24। जब आप AWS पे काम करते हैं ना, AWS पे क्या होता है, थोड़ा सा मुख्तलिफ एनवायरनमेंट, तो वहाँ /16 का CIDR ब्लॉक बनाना पड़ता है और उसके अंदर से उसी के CIDR ब्लॉक से /24 बनते हैं। यहाँ पे थोड़ा डिफरेंट है और आपके लिए काफी आसान है कि आप मल्टीपल रीजन्स में मल्टीपल सबनेट्स को मल्टीपल तरीके से ब्रेक कर सकते हैं। तीन बातें बोली हैं, मल्टीपल रीजन्स, मल्टीपल सबनेट्स और मल्टीपल वे कि आप उसको ब्रेक कर सकते हैं 24 में, 26 में, 27। मैंने 24 ले लिया यहाँ पे। सेकेंडरी आईपी रेंज में यार नहीं ले रहा हूँ, मुझे जरूरत नहीं, मैंने छोड़ दिया और यहाँ पे मैंने ऐड की बटन दबा दिया। ठीक है, ये एक मेरे पास बन गया। अगर आप देखें, एक मेरे पास आ गया सबनेट 1 यूएस। अब रीजन कौन सा है यहाँ पे, यूएस है। आईपी कौन सी है, 172। हमने नॉर्मली देखा है कि अगर हम एक ही सबनेट में 172 192 डालते हैं, बात नहीं करता, एरर देता है कि भाई मैं 172 का हूँ, मैं अलग सबनेट अपलोड नहीं को मतलब ले नहीं सकता, उसको कनेक्ट नहीं कर सकता। मैं आपके सामने दूसरा सबनेट बनाता हूँ, इसका मैं नाम रखता हूँ सबनेट टू EU। EU मतलब यूरोप साइड। रीजन्स में यहाँ से यूरोप को ले लेते हैं, यूरोप। अब यूरोप ये नॉट क्या है, इसमें यूके का है, फिनलैंड का है, स्पेन का है, इस तरह से मुख्तलिफ यूरोप के एरिया। मैं यूरोप नॉट को ले लेता हूँ। आईपी एड्रेस मैंने लास्ट टाइम कौन सा दिया था, 172 का। अब थोड़ा डिफरेंट लेके देखते हैं इसके अंदर कि सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं 192.168.10.0/24, ये मैंने ले लिया, ठीक है। ये प्राइवेट गूगल एक्सेस क्या है, प्राइवेट गूगल एक्सेस का मतलब ये है कि आपकी जो गूगल की मशीन है वो क्या गूगल की दूसरी सर्विसेज से बगैर इंटरनेट पे जाए बात कर सकती है या नहीं कर सकती। फॉर एग्जाम्पल क्लाउड स्टोरेज एक सर्विस है जिसमें हम अपना डाटा रखते हैं। कभी कभार ऐसा होगा कि आपकी वर्चुअल मशीन के अंदर से डाटा अपलोड होगा और डाउनलोड होगा आपकी क्लाउड स्टोरेज के ऊपर। तो नॉर्मली बिहेवियर क्या है, डिफॉल्ट बिहेवियर जिसे हम कहते हैं, वो इंटरनेट से जाता है और इंटरनेट से आता है, इसमें सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न आता है। अगर आपने अपने सबनेट्स के ऊपर ये ऑप्शन ओपन किया है तो आपको काफी आसानी होगी कि वो इंटरनली कम्युनिकेट कर सके, पर आपके पास सिक्योरिटी या एडिशनल हर्डल्स नहीं आएंगे, ना आप अपने सिक्योरिटी को कॉम्प्रोमाइज करेंगे। अच्छा, मेरे पास दो सबनेट हो गए, अब मैं तीसरा सबनेट बनाता हूँ जिसको मैं लेता हूँ सबनेट 3 एशिया। यहाँ पे मैं एशिया का कोई भी ले लेता हूँ। एशिया में कौन कौन सा आएगा? आपके पास पाकिस्तान है, इंडिया है, श्रीलंका है। आपको यहाँ नेटवर्क के अंदर कौन से नेटवर्क नजर आ रहे हैं डिफॉल्ट? इसका मतलब ये जो गूगल ने मुझे बना के दिए वो है, यानी कि बाय डिफॉल्ट जब भी आप कोई फायरवॉल बनाएंगे उसमें कोई को वीपीसी बनाएंगे उसमें कोई भी फायरवॉल नहीं होगा। तो मैं यहाँ से पहले अपनी फायरवॉल बनाता हूँ। मेरा टारगेट क्या है? मेरा टारगेट ये है कि मेरी जो विंडोज या लिनक्स की वीएम हो वो ओपन हो जाए। ठीक है, तो मैं यहाँ करता हूँ लिनक्स विंडोज। ठीक है, क्वेश्चंस इंग्रेस ट्रैफिक को होता है मैं इस लैपटॉप से अपने सिस्टम का रिमोट लेना चाह रहा हूँ, वो इंग्रेस ट्रैफिक। अभी हमें क्या चाहिए? इंग्रेस चाहिए, एग्रेस चाहिए। सबसे पहले मशीन को सबसे पहले बनाने के बाद मैं क्या करूँगा? google.com तो बाद में चला, तो पहले मशीन को कनेक्ट करूँगा ना। मशीन को कनेक्ट करने के लिए मुझे इंग्रेस ट्रैफिक चाहिए, तो यहाँ से मैं इंग्रेस सेलेक्ट करूँगा। अच्छा, इंग्रेस करने के बाद पूछना है जो भी आप फायरवॉल बना रहे हैं उसको अलाउ करना चाहेंगे या डिनाई? हमें क्या करना है? अलाउ करना है। मैंने अलाउ कर दिया। कहना टारगेट है, अच्छा 22 फॉर लिनक्स। तो मैं टारगेट टैग्स बनाता हूँ, यहाँ पे लिखता हूँ रिमोट, RDB और SSH। ये 3 टैग्स मैंने लिए। आप इन 3 में से कोई भी एक टैग किसी भी मशीन पर डाल देंगे ना, ये पूरी फायरवॉल वहाँ अटैच हो जाएगी। जरूरी नहीं है कि तीनों टैग्स डालें, बट हम क्या करते हैं, हम अपनी आसानी के लिए जब विंडोज की VM बनाते हैं तो RDB का टैग यूज करते हैं, जब लिनक्स की VM बनाते हैं तो SSH का टैग यूज करते हैं। तो यहाँ पर आ जाता हूँ 0.0.0.0, मैं ये बता भी देता हूँ, ये देखें अब घर से एक्सेस करना चाहता हूँ, घर की IP डालते हैं। लेकिन अभी हमारे पास कोई फिक्स IP मौजूद नहीं है, मैं जिस नेटवर्क पे बैठा हूँ मुझे नहीं पता मेरी कौन सी IP है, तो मैंने 0 कर दिया ताकि मैं दुनिया में कहीं से भी कनेक्ट कर सकूँ, इंक्लूडिंग जहाँ पे मैं बैठा हूँ। सेकेंडरी सोर्स फिल्टर में छोड़ रहा हूँ। अच्छा, अब आ जाए प्रोटोकॉल के ऊपर। ये कह रहा है कि आप जो कनेक्ट करना चाह रहे हैं जिस सर्वर को, उसकी तमाम पोर्ट्स फायरवॉल में खोल दूँ या कोई पर्टिकुलर पोर्ट है। मेरा टारगेट क्या है, मुझे 2 पोर्ट्स ओपन करनी है, पोर्ट 3389 एंड पोर्ट 22, जो कि क्रिएट आउट का हो सकता है, कुछ कस्टम आउट आप ऐड करना चाहते हैं तो आपके पास ऑप्शन है कि आप कर सकते हैं इसमें। अब मैं आ रहा हूँ VMs की तरफ। ये VMs का कंसोल है मेरा। यहाँ पे मैं जब अपनी VM बनाऊंगा तो उसमें कई ऑप्शंस को मुझसे पूछेगा, कौन सी VM है, किस रीजन में है, कौन सा सबनेट यूज करना है। इस VM का नाम मैं रखता हूँ विंडोज VM। अच्छा, रीजन्स यहाँ पे लोग अक्सर गलती करते हैं। रीजन आपने वो चूज करना है जिसके ऊपर सबनेट बनाया है। कौन सा रीजन है मेरा, या तो मैं ईस्ट 1 यूज करूंगा या यूरोप यूज करूंगा। पर है ये कैस्केड लेक जो CPU 9 और 10 जनरेशन से है उसके ऊपर है, और ये AMD के प्रोसेसर्स पर है। अक्सर कस्टमर्स की रिक्वायरमेंट आती है कि हमें AMD की मशीन्स चाहिए या हमें पर्टिकुलर जनरेशन की चाहिए, तो आपके पास बहुत अच्छा ऑप्शन है कि आप यहाँ से ले सकते हैं। कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है, डायरेक्ट ईडू पे चले जाए। और अगर पुरानी जनरेशन नहीं है जो कि स्काई लेक, सैंडी लेक वगैरह पे चलते थे, लाइक 6 7 Xeon सर्वर्स के ऊपर, प्रोसेसर्स के ऊपर, उसके लिए आप N1 जनरेशन को यूज कर सकते हैं। सो मैं E2 ले रहा हूँ। E2 के बाद मशीन की टाइप्स बनी हुई है। क्लाउड के अंदर जब भी VMs बनाएंगे ना तो इस एंड ये चलता रहेगा कंप्लीट। तो मैं इसके अंदर 1 GB रैम के साथ एक मशीन दे देता हूँ, चेंज करता हूँ यहाँ पे। अच्छा, बूट डिस्क मुझे चाहिए कि मैं मशीन जो बना रहा हूँ उसका इमेज कौन सा होगा जिससे ये बूट होगी मशीन, लिनक्स है या विंडोज। तो डेबियन तो लिनक्स का पार्ट है, मैं यहाँ से विंडोज सर्वर ले लेता हूँ, और वर्जन के अंदर मैं यहाँ ले लेता हूँ डेटा सेंटर। एक डेटा सेंटर कोर है और एक डेटा सेंटर, फर्क क्या दोनों में। डेटा सेंटर कोर जो है उसमें GUI कंसोल भी है। जो कि मैंने कंप्लीट कर लिया, ये सारे ऑप्शंस मेरे कंप्लीट हो गए, उसको मैंने डन किया, देन ये मेरी पहली विंडोज की मशीन क्रिएट हो गई। अब आप गिनिएगा कितना टाइम लगता है इसको बनाने में। मेरे पास हो रहे हैं 457, ये 458 तक रेडी हो जाएगी, यानी कि मैं इसका एक्सेस ले सकता हूँ, रिमोट ले सकता हूँ। कोई सवाल है किसी का तो प्लीज पूछ लेते हैं इसके ओके, तो स्टिल इसे हम सर्विस को ऑन कर रहे हैं, इसमें थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा क्योंकि पहले विंडोज का ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम पूरा कॉन्फ़िगर होगा, फिर उसकी सर्विसेज जो है वो ऑन होंगी, उसके बाद वो अलाउ करेगा हमें या इस कंसोल को कि वो बैक एंड पे पासवर्ड बना सके। दोबारा हम ट्राई करते हैं इसको। आगे उसके लिए मैं यहाँ से किसी नेटवर्क को यूरोप कनेक्ट कर देता हूँ। यूरोप मैंने बनाया था, मशीन की टाइप और मैं यहाँ से मैनेजमेंट में जाऊँगी, सिक्योरिटी टैक्स। हमने लिनक्स के लिए SSH किया था यार, तो ये था, इसको मैं चेंज करके ठीक है। अच्छा, ये जितने विंडोज जो बनाएंगे, विंडोज सारे लाइसेंस कभी कभार आप ऐसा भी देखेंगे कि विंडोज की मशीन इटसेल्फ $20 की, उसका लाइसेंस $30 का है, तो मशीन $50 में पहुंच जाती है। लेकिन ये डिस्काउंट मिल जाता है आपको अगर आप पूरे महीने यूज करें, 30% डिस्काउंट लेने पैसे नीचे आ जाएंगे आप। तो कई जगहों पे जब आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिप्लॉयमेंट की तरफ जाएंगे तो वहाँ पे अक्सर आपको एक इशू आएगा कि यार कौन सा क्लाउड मेरे लिए बेहतर है, तो आप अपने गूगल AWS को कंपेयर कर सकते हैं कि प्राइसेस। सर्वर कॉन्फ़िगर कर लें, अपाची कॉन्फ़िगर कर लें और उसको चला के देखें। लेकिन फायरवॉल का होना ज़रूरी है। अगर फायरवॉल कॉन्फ़िगर नहीं करेंगे तो बहुत सारे लोग इसी उलझन में रहते हैं कि उनकी सर्विस सही नहीं चलती, जबकि वो फायरवॉल को ब्रेक कर रहे होते हैं। तो फायरवॉल को शुरू में ही बनाएं, उसके बाद आगे काम चले। इसका मैंने बताया नेटवर्क फ्री, नेटवर्क के जो प्राइसेस है उस वक्त होते हैं जब आपकी VM की ट्रैफिक इग्रेस या इंग्रेस हो रही होगी ना, तो वो पर GB के हिसाब से चार्जेस देगा। क्लाउड तो आप बाद में उससे देख सकते हैं। अगर आप VMware पे चला रहे हैं या किसी और क्लाउड पे चला रहे हैं, वहां से भी माइग्रेशन वगैरह सारे ऑप्शंस मौजूद हैं, इंपोर्ट किया उसको। जस्ट ऑल अबाउट। कोई क्वेश्चन किसी का? सर यहाँ भी नहीं है। चलो, थैंक यू एवरीवन।
All right, everybody. So that was Usman with us. I hope that this session will actually help you in making sure that the cloud architecture design, it's no joke, and you need to take care of the security and all the other concerns. And cloud is not just starting up a VM machine and running a VM server on it. So with this, I would like to officially thank Usman for this great session. Any questions?